Hi everyone, welcome back to Code Step by Step. My name is Anil. This is the complete course for Laravel framework, and here we will use Laravel 8th version because this is the latest version of Laravel framework. And keep in mind, you don't need to learn Laravel 5, 6 or 7 before starting with this course. Here we will learn everything from scratch, even Laravel definition also. So see, why should you join this course? As you know, there is a lots of courses on internet, especially on the YouTube. So what is so special about it? So see, with every topic, we will learn some interview questions also, so that you can get prepared for interviews. With every feature, I will tell you where you can use this feature in the real projects. If you have any query, you comments, or you are confused with any topic, then don't worry, you can ask the question on my Instagram account or on the videos comment box also. This is a complete course in a single video. Here you will get to know from basic to advanced, like interview questions, definitely, as I told you, basic thing like what is Laravel, what is Composer, how we can install it. After that we will learn with that database, model, view, controller, components, everything we will learn. And as I told you, if you can ask some questions on my Instagram account also. This is my Instagram account ID. So let's start with the Laravel definition. So let's break this definition in points. First of all, Laravel is a PHP framework for developing web app. Web app means website, for and APIs also. Many guys, if you are beginner in web development, you may don't know about what is API. So its full form is application programming interface. This is used for connect database with the mobile application or with the front end. Mobile application like Android applications, or with the iOS application. Front end application means Angular, React and Views. We will make APIs, and these front end frameworks and mobile applications will use these APIs. And how we will use this, then don't worry, in the upcoming time in this video we will learn APIs, about APIs also. And this is free of cost. There is a no charge to download and use it. And this is a modern framework which is really easy to use. Why I'm calling it modern framework? Because it supports command line and Composer and much more things. And this is the most used framework in PHP. Keep in mind that sometime in interviews they can ask that which is the most used framework in PHP. So we can simply say Laravel. Let's talk about history and version. First release done in June 2011. Current version is 8, written in PHP, and the developer name who start the Laravel development, which is Taylor Otwell. So why we use Laravel? So as you know, there is a lots of other framework also, like Coordinator, Zend, YIA, Cake PHP and all. So Laravel have the strong command line support, because with a single command you can create your controller, model, or your database connection and much more things. So it really save your time with the command line. Large community means if you have some queries, you can just Google it, and on Laravel GitHub account or over the Stack Overflow, definitely there's a 99% chance that you will get your answer on this platform. That's why we call it, there is a large community. Regular updates, around with the 6 month or sometime after the 8 year, they will release the new version and get the new updates. And don't worry about these release and versions. Every version have the same base. With every version they just release some new features, and around 98% of code, syntax and everything is same. So if you learned Laravel 6 or 7 or 8, then still you can work with the Laravel 9 or 10 and all, right? So don't worry about that. And this is the fast as well as simple for learn also. What we will learn in this complete course? Obviously we will learn basic thing, database, API, components, project module, interview questions and new features also. And for projects, I actually created the separate video for that, which is our e-commerce project. Link is given in the description box for that playlist as well as for the single video also. Before starting with the first point, I want to share some information with you. If you are looking to purchase domain name or hosting, then you can purchase it with the domain racer. So let's say after learning Laravel, you want to make a web app or you want to make a simple website. So you can purchase hosting from domain racer, and you can make your project and upload it over internet. And here you can see that plans are just started with the 59 rupees per month, and this is really fast because they use light speed technology with the SSD disk, and they also provide the free SSL certification, cPanel, and much more features and services. So go for the domain racer and use the benefits.
Actually, I am just preparing for a new series on the Laravel 8, but then I thought that I need to make a video on the Composer, because many beginners guys don't know about Composer, and if they know, they just know that this is required for the Laravel. They don't know the actual use of it, right? So we will learn that what is the actual use of it and how it's actually work. So these are the 4 points of this video. What is Composer, then why we need it, how we can install Composer, and where we should have to use it and where we have to avoid it, right? So the first question is, what is the Composer? This is basically a dependency manager of the PHP. So what is the meaning of the dependencies, right? So sometime when you just using the PHP frameworks like Zen or Laravel, then we need to download some dependencies for these framework, right? So for example, I'm just going to show you, this is my Laravel project, and here you can see that, okay, just go to the composer.json file, right? So here you can see that in the Laravel project we have some requirements like PHP proxy. These are the actually the GitHub account name. So these are the package name: proxy, Laravel codes, casuals, framework, dinner, faker, and much more, right? So we need them. So if we don't have the Composer, we just need to download them and we have to just attach them manually, right? But this is not a good practice when we have the option in Composer, right? So Composer, what actually will do, the Laravel just make a file composer.json and put the all dependencies it here, right? And they just run one command, Composer update. Then what is actually do, it will just install the everything in the vendor folder, right? And Laravel just load these things automatically in our project, right? With this autoload.php file, right? So what is the basically benefit of it? We don't need to just install the dependencies manually. Every dependency is installed by the Composer automatically in the vendor folder when we just define on here, right? So these are the dependencies which is just mentioned by the Laravel. So sometimes we also need some dependencies, like we just want to use the Laravel UI package here. Sometimes we need the UUID package like this, right? Laravel UUID. And sometimes we just need to some converter like HTML to PDF and HTML to Excel and all, right? That time we just need to run one command, Composer required, and our package name, right, which is dependency. You can say that the dependency name. And now what actually it will do, it will just download this project this package inside the vendor folder so that we can use it, and then just add the logs here or just mention it here, right, with the version name, and we can just simply use it. And the reason why just is it mentioned in the composer.json file is that when, so maybe you are also working on the same project and some other developer also working with the same project, right? So it will just mention the version name and the package name here, and when they guys just using on this just doing on the same work on the same project, they will just use the one command, Composer update, and this dependency is also again installed in the those vendor folder, those machines vendor folder also, right? That's why this is a very useful package. So now let's see that how we can just install it. So just right here, Composer, go to the first link, and here you can just find, there is a very simple website, and this is the official logo which I just mentioned here. So right, both are the different logo. That's nice. Okay, so it actually changing the color every time, right? Wow, that's great. All right, so there is some options like getting started, download, documentation, and all. So let's jump on the download. And even I already downloaded this, but still I will just again download. So there is a two option for the download. You can just do it with the command line, and the another option is for just go for the manual download. I'll recommend you to do the download with the command line, right? So even if you are using the Mac, Windows or the Ubuntu, it's don't any difference. So you can just do it anywhere. So I'm just going to show that I already installed this composer in my system. You can check on the root folder if I just go on the dashboard, and again I'm just going to check the composer. Then this is also installed here. Here you can see that, right? And if I just go to the like any React folder, and again I'm just going to check the composer. This is again working here. That means this is also installed globally, like you downloaded a VLC player and you can use it any folder, like you have the songs in the movies folder and XYZ folder, wherever, then you can just use the VLC player anywhere because this is installed globally. Same thing with the composer. Composer is also installed globally, and you don't need to put it inside a specific folder and just install and download it for a specific folder, right? So now just remove it and just go to the any folder for download. My bad. And just simply copy this command from here to here. These are the same commands for every operating system, and from with the first command we are actually copy the setup of the composer, and the second command will actually verify the installer, right? So just paste it again, and it will just very quick command, and it will just tell that verified, right? And third command is basically used for just run the setup, right? And the last one command for uninstall, but we don't need to uninstall it, that's why we don't running it, right? So here you can see that this is working fine. Just use it composer here, working fine. Sometime composer it will tell that command is not found, so just you have to do it one thing, that just close the command line and open again and just run it, right? That's great. So now you just go to 3 points for the last point. So where should we use the composer? So when you are using any modern framework like Zen, Kick PHP and Laravel, then you must have to use the composer. But when you are working on a very small project and in the core PHP, then you don't need to just install the composer, because that time the composer file and vendor folder are kind of a load, right? We don't need them actually. So we can just ignore these things now when we have a very small project and we don't need any external dependencies and external package like these, right? So otherwise most of the time we need them when we are using the Laravel and all, then we just need to use the composer. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn that how we can install the Laravel 8. There is a two way to install the Laravel, one with the Laravel installer and another one is with the composer create project. We will see both of the way in this video, right? So one more thing, that in the last of this video I will ask you the interview question, which is very important for you. Please attempt this question in the comment box, and that's okay if you just don't want to attempt this question, but just read about this interview question on the internet or ask me on the comment box if you don't know the answer of this question, right? So before just starting with that, I'm just going to tell you that you need two things to install the Laravel. One is PHP and another one is the composer, right? So we are just talking about the Laravel 8. That means you need PHP 7.3 version or it's a latest version, right? So let's check out the PHP version here. PHP-v. My current version is PHP 7.4.4, right? So if you have the lower version than PHP 7.3, then you have to just update your version. Otherwise that's okay if you have the greater than or 7.3, right? Second thing is composer, which is a very important thing. Again, if you don't know what is the composer and how we can install it, then link is given in the description box. Just find out the link and just read about the composer, because this is a very important thing when you just start with a Laravel framework, right? So everything is fine, everything is installed. Now let's just go to the official documentation for some moment, and here you can see that there is also two ways to install the Laravel, as I told you, with the Laravel installer, and second one with the via composer create project. When you use the Laravel installer, then first of all you need to install the Laravel installer, right, with this command. You need to just run this command only once on your operating system and in any folder wherever you want, on a root or any specific directory. You just need to install it like first time, like installing the VLC player or installing the Chrome browser simply, right? And after that, again, when you just want to create a project, then you need to run this command. I will show you each and every step, but first of all I just want to go through the steps, right? So this is a one way to install the Laravel, and second one is that you can use the composer create project and your project name with the Laravel, right? So we will see both of ways. So first of all, let's check out with the installer. Let's open your command line, and I already have installed the Laravel. Here you can see that, but I will install again so that you just get to know that how we can install it. So just need to put here composer and then global required and Laravel /installer, right, and just hit the enter. Keep in mind, again, I'm just saying again and again because in the last series when I just make about the series Laravel 6 and 7, people just ask me that do I need to run this command every time? No, you just need to run this command only once. Whenever your Laravel installer is done, then you need to run this command every time for creating the new project, right? Or you can use the second way. Here you can just, you need to just only single command. There is a no two command of thing, right? So now you can see that Laravel installer is installed. When you just write here Laravel, and you will find out the all details like Laravel version and command. So here you can see that Laravel new is a command to create a new Laravel application, right? So I am just going in the dashboard and this is my folder name, and just write here Laravel new and your project name, right? So let's say my project name is blog, and just hit the enter, right? So it will just take some moment to install the Laravel, right? So yeah, within that time, just going to show you the folder name. This is my folder, right, where we are just creating this Laravel and on, and this is my composer.json file. Every details of my project will be actually just installed, mentioned here. Let me just open it in the some editor like Visual Studio and all, so that I can show you. That's why composer is very important. If you don't know about this, as I already told you, link is given in the description box, right? Okay, so it will, I think just the file is actually opening, and here you can see that Laravel project is installed here. So just write here php, go to the blog folder and just write here php artisan serve, and let's see that this is working or not, right? So just simply go on the local host, and here the Laravel project is running fine, right? And let's open this project inside the code editor also. Now they are actually open the two thing, but close, let's one of them, and again let's open the composer.json. Here you can see that Laravel 8 is installed, that we are just actually looking for, right? So that is the one way to install, and let's look out for the another way with the composer create project, right? So let's go close the command line for a moment, and just close the editor, as well as let's delete this one, right? So we can just create a new one project. And now let's do the same thing. Just go to the folder with the desktop, then 8 folder, and just simply write here composer create project -- prefer -dist and Laravel / Laravel blog, right? And just hit the enter, right? And if you just want to look at this command, then you can just find this command on the official site also. Even this command also given in the description box, right? So it will just take a moment to install it. Okay, so now let's talk about my interview question. As I told you in this video, Composer is a very important thing. So my question is, what is the Composer and why we use it? So if you don't know the answer, then just watch it on the internet or my previous video, and if you just want, then you can comment the answer so that you other guys can also read this answer, right? And if you don't want to just make it comment, then please just get to know about this, because really this is a very important question in the interview. So here you can see that we are about to install the Laravel 8 with the another way also, right? And now let's go to the again blog folder and just write here php artisan oh sorry, my bad, I have to go to the folder, then just write here php artisan surf, and again it will be run on the same port. Here you can see that everything is working fine. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the file and folder structure of the Laravel, right? So in the last video, we installed the Laravel project, and these are the files and folder of that project. So we will discuss about the every folder and main files. Keep in mind that at a beginner level, this is not necessary that we have to know about the each and every file and each and every folder of the Laravel, right? There is some files, if you just know about these file and folder, then that's great, like where we have to write the HTML code, model, controller, routing, file storage, config and database. If you know about these folders and you know that what kind of code we will write in this folder, then that's great. Otherwise, this is not necessary that you need to know the every file and every folder to start with the Laravel, right? There is nothing like that. So we will focus especially on these folders, but we will discuss about the every file, right? So first of all, let's discuss about the app directory. So app directory is basically responsible for your core code of your application, like model, controller and middleware, right? So let's look out these all folders. In the console folder, there is a kernel.php. Here we will write our custom commands, right? You know that in the Laravel we can use the lots of command, like for the start the project we use the php artisan surf, right? And the lots of command for there, like making controller, for the database, and making auth and lots of things, right? We will discuss these things in the upcoming video. So but still sometime we need some extra commands so that we can just make our manual commands here, right? So after that there is an exception folder, and this is basically used for handling the exceptions. Even at the fresher level, we don't work with these folders, right? Then HTTP, which is very important for the freshers or beginners. In the controllers, we will just write our controllers. Controllers, that simply means it will just make an interface between database and our HTML, right? Then middleware, it will just filter out the request, like authentications, encryption kind of things, like sometime redirection. Yes, this is also used by the freshers. Then kernel, in the all middleware are registered in the kernel, like. Then let's look out the models. Here we will just put the files that are related to the database connection, like models, like user .php file will connect our database with the users table, right? Then providers, this folder is still not used by the beginners, but here we will just write the authentication services and routing services and all. Sometimes we just add here manual or custom services also, right? Then bootstrap, basically there is only one main file, which is app.js, and we never make any kind of change in this file, and this will just load our application in the browser, or you can say that this is this file is responsible for the bootstrapping our application, right? Cache folder will take the cache, like when we just use some files or you can say that some code for the cache that will just provided here, and when we are just using our project more and more, the cache will be automatically fill up here, right? Then configuration, and this folder is very much useful for the freshers, because we do any kind of configuration here, like database configuration is important for the freshers, session configurations, and sometimes email configurations kind of things, right? So all configurations are present here. Then database is again useful for the fresher, and here we write the factories, migration, and seeding. Seedings simply means putting the fake data. Migration means migrate the table from one database to another database when we are using the database by many developers. Then one database want to share the database the another developer, then we use the migration for that purpose, right? Then the public folder, there is only one important file, which is php index.php, and this is the first file. Sometimes this question is asked in the interview also. This is the first file that is actually load first from our application, right? So when we just load the Laravel application, the first file which is loaded by the browser, which is the index.php, right? Then resource folder is we put here the public files of css, images, javascript, and sometimes local file also. And in the view we basically put our complete HTML, right? Here you can see that Laravel is wonderful thought documentation kind of things, and these are mentioned here. So all HTML pages will be placed inside the view. Even we can just make the nested folder also. Routes folder is responsible for the making the routes URL for the web as well as the API. Storage is basically used for storing the files. Vendor is basically have the dependency which is loaded by the package.json or sometime custom dependency also. Environment file is defined our database credentials and all other credentials like Redis, you can see that the mailer, and sometimes we use some other credentials also like AWS. Here you can see that, all right, these kind of things, right? Then artisan, this is basically used for the command line. Package.json, which is very important, and the all configuration, all detail of our application, all dependencies, all packages are mentioned here. PHP, okay, so just go for one more folder which is test. So here we are write the unit test cases with the end-to-end and the unit test cases, both kind of test cases, right? Then a package.json file. Basically this is not useful when we are just developing the APIs, but when we use any front-end framework or library like React, Vue, or Angular, then this is useful, right? And PHP unit is helpful for the write the unit test cases. README, in the README file we can just describe our project, like what is that project, why we use, and sometimes we just describe the function and classes also, right? That how we can start our project and all kind of stuff, right? So server.php is basically used for rewrite some functionality of the Apache server or sometimes the other services also. Webpack.mix.js is again useful for the making the bundling of the public file, and this is only useful when we are just using front-end framework like Vue and React.js kind of things, like so. Now let's talk about my interview question of this video. So the interview question is that, okay, so we know that in the package.json we can define the all dependencies, but let's say we just want to make any change of our, the version of any package, that how we can do it and what command we need to run after making any change in the package.json. So you can just comment me the answer, and if you don't want to comment, then that's okay, there is no issue. You just get to know about this. If you know, then that's great. If you don't know, then you just read about it, because this is an important question for the interviews, right? In this Laravel video tutorial, we learned that how we can make our first change in the Laravel project. So we will see the both of things. First, file change, that means how we can just make a change in this file and where this file is actually placed in the Laravel. Second thing is that how we can create a new file and replace with this file, right? So that we just get some a little bit confident that we are able to edit the code and we are able to add the new files in the Laravel, right? In this video I am not going to tell you the code flow, what is the router and why we are putting this and this file in this and this folder, right? So the aim of this video is to show that how you can just create your first file and show here, and it will give you a very good confidence to learn in the Laravel step by step. So yes, in the upcoming video we will see every step, every kind of flow of the Laravel, but in this video I'm not going to deep dive inside the Laravel flow and folder structure and all, right? So yes, one more thing, at the last of this video I will ask you an interview question. Even I am asking an interview question in every video, at the end of every video, so that you can just get ready for the interview and for the new job when you just finish this Laravel course, right? So for the every topic you have at least one interview question, so that is again good thing, and you have to put the answer of this question in the comment box. And if you don't know, then don't worry, after 1 or 2 video I will just provide the answer of this question, right, which is I will ask you in the last. So I'm just going to wrap the all folders and go to the root directory, right? So yes, first of all you have to go inside the resources, then view, then just click on the welcome.blade.php. The code that you are actually able to see here, the output you are able to see here, is produced by this code, right? So now let's see. I am just going to make some update here, like hello Laravel lovers, right, like this, and let's see we are able to get the change or not. So here you can see that we are able to get the change, right? So let's do it in the very blunt way. Just remove this whole code and just simply put here like this, right? And just simply add a file name which is our welcome.blade.php, which is the by default file which is we are able to see here, right? And just write here welcome file, and now you can see this code here, right? So this is the by default file which is visible on a browser when we just launch the Laravel, right? So how we can change it? So obviously we just got the first thing, that how we can make a change in first file, but if we want to change it, then how we can do it? So let's you just want to make a new file like hello.php. So keep in mind, at the first time you don't need to write this kind of thing, so just directly put here hello.blade.php, right? And now just go to the routes php web.php and just put here hello. You don't need to write here blade.php, just simply put here prefix, right? And just try to reload it. We don't have any anything written in that hello.blade.php file, so output is blank. So just put here like here some comment like hello file or something, right? Now we are able to see the output here. So that's good, we are able to get our first file as an output. So yes, even if you just want to update the file name, then you can also do it. It's not necessary that for a first change you need to just make a new file. So if you just rename our current file, then this will still work, right? Like I just want to make here like user.blade.php, right? And you can just simply write here user file, and in the web.php just simply put here user, right? And we are able to get the output here. So that's a very simple thing to make a first change, and I hope it will just give you a little bit confidence that you can easily learn the Laravel, because this is a very easy thing to learn. So thanks for watching this video, and my interview question is that we can just see that we can create a new file here, we can just rename this kind of things. Can we rename this views folder also, and then we are able to see this file if these file on a browser? So is it really possible? If yes, then just tell me how this is possible, how we can change this name and they are still able to view, we are able to view. And if this is not possible, that we can just rename it, then this then you can still comment it, right? And I will tell you that your answer is correct, or we can just improve it, your answer, right? So in this Laravel 8 video tutorial, we will learn about the routing. So these are the points of the video. We will see what is the routing, how we can make it, how we can pass the data with the routing, anchor tag and redirection. And at the last, I will ask you a very important interview question about the routing, right? You can attempt the answer of this question in the comment box, and if you don't want to attempt, then that's okay. You just need to know the answer of it. If you know, that's great. If you don't know, then you can just Google it or ask me in the comment box. I will just provide the answer after 1 or 2 days just publishing this video, right? So now the first question is, what is routing? If we are just talking about in normal words, that routing simply means mapping our Laravel page with a specific URL, right? So for example, I just want to open my document page on this documentation link. That means this is a routing, right? And I have a about us page and I want to open this about page on a about link. This is again a routing, right? So these are the theoretical part, but now I will show you that how we can make the routing and all. So now just move on that next part, that how we can make the routing. Yes, I will show you the single by default routing which is already provided by the Laravel about this page. This is a home routing mapped with the welcome page. I will show you where this is exists. So you can see that we have a page welcome.blade.php. Here you can see that this is some code. Laravel was wonderful and throw and all kind of things, and this is mentioned here. So this is the page which is coming from the welcome.blade.php, and this is mapped with the just open the web.php, and here you can see that on the root path. So this is a by default routing which is provided by the Laravel. So how we can, as I told you that there is a two thing in every routing. One is a URL, another is a page. So welcome is a page. Here you can see that welcome.blade.php is a page, and route, the home which is the root routing. This is a root URL, is our URL here, right? So let's take another one example. So just make a URL home and page will be the same here, right? So now let's open it the home. It will just give you the 404 error like this. And if you just want to open the home, then you can see that. So we just create a routing for welcome page on the home URL, right? So this is basically a by default routing. So now let's make some more routing here, how we can make it. So I'm just going to just remove it, right? I'm just going to make a two files. One is let's say about dot blade.php, and another one is contact dot blade.php. Here might be you are confused with the two things. One is what is the views folder here, and second one is what is the blade here, right? So you can understand this is our page name and PHP is the PHP extension because Laravel is running on the PHP. But what is the blade? So see, this is a blade templating engine provided by the Laravel. And why we use it? Because it provides the many functionality over, like we don't need to use the PHP tags directly. We can use the double curly braces, and some loops and some events are easily handled with blade template, right? So I will make a separate video on this blade template just after 2 or 3 videos. So you will just get all the details about the blade in that video. Second thing is views. So probably you just listen that the Laravel is a MVC framework, right? So view is directly related to the V. You can just see here. V means view. So what we are viewing here. So here, for example, you can see that the all HTML is presented here. We are actually watching here, right? So that's why this is a view part. The all HTML that we can view is present in the views folder, right? So if you just want to take another example, then we will just write some here and we can view this data on here. right? All those MVC will completely take another video. So in that video I will tell you that what is the MVC. Then in the upcoming video I will make a video on the what is views, what is the controller, and what is the model also, right? So for a moment let's focus on the routing. Yeah, so we just created a about.blade.php. so let's make a small text here like about, like this. So I just want to see this page on my browser, that how can I see that. So our page is ready. Now we need to make a URL for making a complete routing, right? So you can just simply write here route get, and then put a route like about, then you can put here function like this, and just return view, and view name, what is our view name? About. Here you can see that you don't need to mention blade.php, just put here blade about, right? And Laravel smart enough to understand it. And now let's just, you can see that this page is still working fine because we have two routing now. And on about, okay, what mistake I made here, let me check. Okay, there is no mistake. I just refresh it and this is working fine. So sometimes it's happened with the caches, right? So this page is already, now you can see that. So even you can use here a small syntax for that. And what is the small syntax? Route short syntax, you also call it. View, then just use here about, and in the second parameter let's put the our page name. So first one is URL, second one is our page name, and this is still working fine, right? So now let's make one more example. So I'm just going to make here okay, we already made here contact.blade.php, and let's put here h1 tag, and just write here contact page, right? And let's define a route for this one also. Let's copy the previous one and just write here contact. Okay, so let's open the contact one also, and never be confused that should we provide the same thing in a both parameter. You can put here XYZ even, right? And if you just open the XYZ, and it will open the page that you mention in the second parameter, that means contact.blade.php. That's great. All right, so we just get to know about that. So now how we can pass the data with the routing. So here you can see that in our example on a sliders, some data like deck and edit and unlcdo is passed here. Like, so I just want to pass some data from URL to here. So for example, I just want to mention here unlcdo and want to get it on the our pages. So how we can do it? For that, you just mention here the second parameter that we have just some dynamic data. So just simply put here like name, right? And let's get it in the parameter like $name and make it echo $name. And now you can see that we are able to get the unlcdo. Even you can put here anything like Anil, Peter, whatever you want, right? So how we can pass this data from here to in welcome .blade.php, because we are just echoing here, but maybe we need it inside the blade.php, right? So for that you need to just pass here the second parameter as an array, and here just use your second parameter like name, and just put here $name. You can put any name to this key. It's not required that you need to just put here name. You can put here username, and first name, last name, whatever you want, right? And just get back here, and on any place let's just put here h1 tag, and just simply put here $name, and here you can see that we able to get it here. So that's great. We get to know about that also. So now what is the anchor tag? So here you can see that the documentation, Laravel news are the anchor tags. So now let's make it these tag on our page also. Even I am not going to focus on the style, so maybe my anchor tag are little bit ugly, right? So please sorry about that, because this video is not about the style, this is about the routing. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to remove the all stuff from here, right, and just make a h1 tag and put here welcome page kind of thing, and just remove this dynamic stuff for a moment, right? Let's just go with the default thing, and now you can see that we got welcome page like this. So now let's make some anchor tag here. Just make here a and put here about, and this text will be shown on the page, right? Just use a br for the next line, and let's put here contact and page name, and again you can see that. So even you can just write here about us. You can put any text which is not related to directly here, and you can use here slash if you want, contact us, right? So let's click on about. Our about page is working fine, contact page is not working fine. Let me check why this is not working fine, because we just put here XYZ. So just put here contact, right? And now everything is working fine. So at the last thing, we just learned everything. So last thing, and then I will ask you about the intro question. Redirection. Sometimes you don't want that show some specific page and you want to redirect on the another page. So for example, you don't want to show the welcome page, you just want to redirect the user to the directly on the about us page. Then how you can do it? For simply that, just remove this page from here and just write here redirect, and just simply put here about, right? And you can just simply return here if you want, like this, right? And now let's try to open our home page. You are not able to do it because it will directly redirect it to the about page. Here you can see that, right? So that we achieved also. So now let's come on the interview question. So in the routes folder, there is a one file which is web.php worked here, right? So one more file which is very similar, api.php, and here you can see that this is also right for the API route and all something. So why we use this file, or what is the use of this file? If you know, then you can just comment it. If you don't know, then Google it, search it. What is that? Most of the in the intro questions they ask that what is the api.php. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the controller. We will see what is the controller, how we can make it, how we can define the function inside it, how we can call it from the router, and how we can pass the parameter with the URL. And at the last, I will ask you the interview question also. One more important thing in this video is that Laravel 8 have the different syntax for calling the controller from the router. In the 7 and 6 Laravel, you will find the different syntax, and in the 8 you will find the different syntax. I will make a complete video on it because this is a new feature of the Laravel 8, but that will be only specifically for the Laravel calling from the router, right? Not about the controller. Now the first, let's just jump on the main topic. What is the controller? So controller is basically a central unit of any MVC framework, like Laravel, like Zend, like YII and all, right? So in the MVC there is a C directly meaning the mean to the controller. And what we'll do here, so controller basically fetch the data from the model and send to the view. That simply you can say that just get the data from the database and show to the view and the HTML part. And the second thing is all logical part of our programming actually done in the controller. And the third thing is that all routers are directly linked with the controller, right? And I will show you how the routers are directly linked with the controller and all, right? So now let's see how we can just make a controller. So let's open the command line and just simply write here php artisan make controller and controller name. So let's say our controller name is users, right? And just hit the enter. Now you can find this controller inside the app http controllers and here. So let's close the all of folder and I will show you again http then controllers, and here it is. You can use a two way to make the controllers, one with the command line, another you can just make it by creating the new file like this, right? So you can just create a new file. Let's say your another controller name is about.php, right? And to just make it very quickly, just copy and paste the code and just change here class name, right? Like this. So you can use the both of way, but I will just recommend you that you can use the command line, because this is not good practice to type all these things and then create a new file and save it, because it will just time taking things, it will just waste your time. So because Laravel is very popular for its command line, so just use the command line. That's simple, right? So now the next thing is that how we can make the function inside controllers. This is very simple. You can just simply make a function like this function, your function name, and you can just write something here like hello from controller, right? And you can just define the access modifier here also, like public, private or protected, whatever you want, right? Like this, and just put here semicolon. So how we can call this controller from the router and show this output here, right? So I just want to see hello from the controller here on a browser. So for that, let's go to the web.php, which is placed inside the routes. Let's open the web.php, and here you can just define a route. So in the route, as I told you in the previous video also, I'm just telling you again, you have to define the two parameters. One is the path or URL, and second one is controller file, right? So this is the way to call the controller. So now first of all, I will tell you that how we call the controllers in the Laravel 7 and its previous versions. Like, so you can just write here like this. Here you can put the path, like you just want to make the path like users. Then you can just use here users controller name, same as the capitalization. Then just define your function name. But now this syntax is little bit different. If you're trying to use it, then probably you will find the error here like this, right? Because the way is changed now. So now what you need to do, first of all, you have to import the Laravel controller like this. Use app http then controller, and then just simply write here home, or my bad, our controller name, which is users, right? And just put here semicolon at the last, semicolon at the last, and comment this way, and just write here new way, right? So just put here get function and define a URL or path, let's say users. Then in the second parameter, define an array, and in the array just put your class, controller like class, and colon class, right? And just put the second parameter as the function name like this. Now let's try to access it. Okay, so I have to put here controllers, not controller. That's working fine now. So now the next thing is how we can just send the data from here. Let's say you just want to pass a name or pass some ID that to the controller, how you can do it. So for a moment you will get an error here like this. To resolve it or pass the data, you can just simply use it like put here name, ID or user. Let's say you just want to use a parameter like user, and then here just simply write here $user, and even you can just make an console like $user. Even you can use the both of things in a single echo also, but I'm just going to define like this, right? Like you can make a space and you will find here a space little bit here. So even you can use this controller as an API also. So there is a tricky code, just make it return, and in the return you just need to write a small code like you can just put here name, and let's say put Anil, and then you can just simply use the second parameter like age like 27 and all, right? And now let's try to just see that. Now you can see that you got the JSON output here. So if you just define here lots of array static arrow, you can just, it will be dynamic, then it will behave like an API also, right? So that all about the Laravel controller. And now it's the time to interview question. So my question is, why Laravel actually changed the way of calling controller? So here you can see that previously we called the controller like this, but now the syntax is actually changed. Why this is happened? I will tell you the answer of this question in the next video. You can just watch our next video also, and if you know that why they changed, then you can make a comment. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the view. What is view? How we can make it, how we can call it, and how we can pass the data to the view. We will see everything that is related to the view in Laravel. So this is my output screen, here you can see that, and this is my coding screen. Here we will make an example for the view. So now first question is that what is view? So view basically a part of MVC. Here you can just pronounce it model view controller, right? So view is basically present in the Laravel as well as any MVC framework like Zend or CakePHP, YII. Every framework have the view. So what we will do in the view, we will put our HTML part in the view that we want to show to the user. So here you can see that the Laravel logo and some text and some link and some icons, these are, everything is present inside the Laravel view. So if you just want to check it, then you can check it inside the resource view and welcome.blade.php, right? This page is just generate this output. So now the question is how we can make the view and how we can just show the created view here. So for that I am just going to create a new file inside the views, and let's make a new file. So let's say my view name is users.blade.php, right? So please keep in mind, Blade is actually not a part of MVC or neither it's part of view. This is a templating engine and which is provided by the Laravel, right? So we will learn about the Blade templating engine also in upcoming videos, but in this video we will focus only on the view. So on this part I am just going to make some text like hello user, right? So and now I just want to see this file as an output here, so that we need to make a view, or we can call it from the, so we can just make a routing for it, or we can just call it from the controller. We will see both of the way, how we can just call it from the routing and as well as how we can call it from the controller. But first of all we will check it out from the routing. So now let's go to the routes file, web.php, and just create a, so first of all you can just replace this users file with the welcome, and now you will find that when you just refresh it, your page is rendered here, right? So why this is rendered? Because at the base URL, which is there is a no like page like home and about and user, that's why on a base URL we are able to see our page. So let's just revert it. you can again see a welcome page. And now let's make our route for it, right? So you can just make route like this, view, you can make it get, and in the get let's pass here a URL like user, and in the second parameter you can just make a function, right? We call it anonymous function because this function don't have any name, that's why this is anonymous. So just return view, and here we can put here users, right? You don't need to mention here blade.php, this is by automatically understand by the Laravel. So now let's put here users, right? Oh, okay, what I just write here user, so just you can make it user here, and our users view is rendered here, right? So there is a one more way to put the route like this. You can just directly simply put here route view your URL and your view name, right? And it will work as the same, but this syntax actually have a limitation that we cannot pass the data from the URL to view with this syntax. So that I'm just going to make it comment, and here I am going to put here a parameter like name or ID, whatever you want, $name, and let's pass it to the view. And the second parameter, let's make an array and just put here a name as an key, and value will be the $name, right? Now in the blade.php just simply put here $name, right? And here you can see that we are able to get a user name also, like hello Anil, hello Sam, whatever you want, right? And even you can change this name like user, and if you just change this name use key here, then you just need to make here user also, right? You can put any name to the array key. This is still working fine. So now what is the next thing that we learn? How we can make a view, what is the view, how we can call it, how we can pass the data, but yet we did not see that how we can call it from the controller, right? So for that I am just going to clear my command line and I'm going to make a controller. Just write php artisan make controller, and controller name can be users controller. Hit the enter, our controller is created inside the app http controller, and here it is, right? So we can make a function here. So let's put a function name like load view, right? Because we want to load our view here. Make it return view and our view file name, which is users, like this, right? And we are not actually passing the data here, so that I am just commenting it out, and just write here hello from user, right? Anything that you want to return here. And now let's just put here, oh, one more thing that we need to just mention here, route for this controller, right? So let's go to the web.php and define a route for controller also, but before that we need to import it. So just write here use app http controllers, and controller name is users controller, right? Put a semicolon, and now just put here a simple route for it, route, and you can just put here get request here, and just comment the first view route and just put here user, and in the second parameter let's put their imported controller name, colon colon, and in the colon we can put here class, and here in the second key we can just put here our function name, which is load view, and just simply write here load view, make it semicolon at the last, right? So now let's see this is working fine or not. Now you can see that this is still working fine. That's great. So how we can pass the data from controller to the view now, right? So for that you can do two things. You can just put some static data here like dollar, you can simply pass here name, like name can be Anil Sidhu, right? And you can just fetch it here like hello dollar name, right? And you can refresh it, and even you can pass this data from the URL also. For that you need to just pass the parameter as and route also. So just put here like name, and now in the controller you can just simply put here dollar name, and here oh my bad, just use dollar name as the static and replace the static name. And now you can see that if you put here Bruce, you can see that hello Bruce, hello Tony, hello Peter, right? So this is the way that how we can use the view, and we can call it from the controller as well as from the view. So if you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. And here at the last we have an interview question. So in this video I will ask you the two interview questions. First one is why I did not make the view with the command line, because when I just made the controller we make it with the command line, but why we are not make the view with the command line. And the second question is, so let's say I'm just going to put here my wrong or misspell view name, then you can see that we got a error here. So can we just check that the view is available or not in our code before just calling it, right? In this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the component. So please watch this video carefully, because this question can be asked in the interviews also. Laravel component is not a much older topic. This is introduced in the Laravel 7 in March 2020. So you can say that this is a pretty new topic also for a moment, right? So we will learn that what is the component, how we can make it, how we can use it and reuse it, how we can pass the data in the component, and at the last I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this interview question in the comment box if you want, and if you don't want then that's okay, but please read about these interview questions if you don't know about it, right? So now the question is, what is the component? So component is basically a piece of code that we can reuse it, right? We can reuse it on the same page as well as on the different page. So if you just want to make compare it with some other functionality or other feature with the programming language, then you can say that this is pretty similar with the functions. We can reuse the functions, we can pass the data to the functions. Similarly, we can reuse the component and we can pass the data to the components and all, right? But components are the much advanced to the functions, because functions have limited functionalities, and we cannot use the functions in the Laravel especially as an output renderer, right? But in the component we can write here the HTML, we can write here the PHP, we can connect the database inside it, and there is a lots of things that you can do with the components, and which cannot be achieved with the normal functions, right? So if you just want to take example of the component, then you can say that header is a best example, because header is a reusable thing, and let's say we have around 20 pages in our website, then this is not a good idea to make a header for every page. Let's make a single header as a component and include it and use it in the all pages, right? This is the best approach. Second approach, you can say that let's say you have a sign up button in your website, and it have around the sign up button place have around 4 or 5 places on the 5 places, right? Then what you can do that you can just make a component for the sign up button, and you can reuse it again and again wherever you want, right? The benefit of it, if you just want to upgrade the sign up functionality, you want to add a new function, a new field in the sign up, then you have to add it only a one place in the component, and it can be included automatically in the all places. If you use the sign up component functionality different for the every place, then you have to make the new code or the updated code every place. So component is the best approach when you want to use any functionality again and again, right? So now let's see that how we can use it. First of all, how we can make. For that, I am just going to take you on the command line and just write here php artisan make component and component name. Let's say my component name is header, and just hit a enter here. So now you can see that our header is created, and you can see that every component have the two files. One is HTML, second one is the PHP file. So here you can see that in this file which is just generated in the view inside the components, and here, right? And here we can write our HTML kind of things, and this is pretty similar to the view also. And the second file will be generated in the app views header, right? And here you can write your PHP code, and this is pretty similar as an controller, you can say that, right? So now how I can use it. So I am just going to make it some content like just put here h1 tag, and just simply write here header component, right? So how I can use it. For that, I am just going to make two more views. One is users and another is about. So let's make first one users dot blade dot php, right? And let's call it, just make it some h1 tag or some text here, like you can just simply put here user page, right? And now let's go to the web.php and make the route for it. Just simply put here route view users, this is the URL, and user, this is our view file name. Now let's just simply call the users, right? And now you can see that our page is user page is ready. So how we can use this header dot blade dot php, which is our component, inside the view. So you just need to simply add here x hyphen header and close it with the self closing brackets. So now you can see that header component is ready for it. So in every header component we can just use this tag, and the data will be this header tag will be passed here, right? So similarly, let's make one more component. Let's say about dot blade dot php, and just put here some tag text here like about page, and here we can import the similar header like here also, right? So just put it and make for route for this also, and you can just simply put here about, this is our URL, and about, this is our view page. So I am just going to open it in the another one. Now you can see that header component is reused in two components, right, in the two views. So how we can pass the data to it? So let's say you just want to pass some data from the users. So let's say you can put here some data kind of thing and just simply write here users component header, right? You can just mention it, and similar thing, the same parameter you can pass it from the about also, and just simply put here about component header. Simple. And now let's go to the component PHP file, and here just get this data $data as an parameter, and we can assign to the any property. So let's define a property, public $title. You can put any name to this property. You can put here data, name, component name, whatever you want, and just use here this, and title will be the $data, right? And now let's go to the header.blade.php and just simply write here $title. Okay, so we just missed something here, I think. Let me check. Yep, we missed the colons here, and now you can see that here we are able to see the header component, about component header, and here we are able to get the users component header. Even we have the only one component here. So that's all for a moment. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the blade template. So blade template is a little bit big topic, so we will break this complete topic in the two part. This is the basics of the blade template, and in the next video we will learn about the advanced thing in the blade template, right? So in this video we will see what is the blade template, expression of its and conditions like if conditions, if else condition, else if conditions and all, and then for and for each loop, and after that I will ask you an interview question, and you can attempt this question in the comment box if you want, and if you don't want, that's okay, but please read about this interview question if you don't know about that, right? Yep. So the question is what is the blade template? So this is the template engine in the Laravel that convert plain text to the PHP code, right? And why it do that? The reason is because there is some PHP tags and the loops and conditions and functions, they are little bit difficult to write, right? So that blade templates provide the easy way to use these things, like when I use the for each loop and the if conditions, I can use the @ right? And if I just want to echo something, then I can just use a double curly braces. So let's say in the PHP tag, if I just want to echo something, then I have to just write this kind of code, right? And then and in the blade template I can just simply use double curly braces and $I, and this is pretty simple, and this is, you can say that, a little bit faster to type also, right? Yes, one more thing, with the help of blade template you can make the common header and footer also, right? And make the common style also, and if you just want to load some JavaScript file in the common area, then this is also possible. In the upcoming videos we will learn everything, don't worry. So now in this video, let's see that how we can just make the conditions and loops in this blade template, right? And we will see the expressions also. So let's look out the expression first of all, but for that I need at least two things. One is a view and second one is a controller. So I am just going to make a controller first of all, right? So let's make it clear and just write here PHP artisan make controller and controller name. Let's say my controller name is users controller. Hit the enter. Now you can find this controller inside the app http controllers and here, and I'm just going to make a function here, and this function can be view load, and here I will return a view. I did not make a view yet. When I will make, then I will put a name here, right? Now the second thing, let's make a view. So for that, let's go to the resources, views, and let's make a file users.blade.php. And keep in mind that in a normal file like users.php, you cannot write the code in the blade templating way. You must have to put the blade.php extension if you just want to use templating engine code, right, and expressions. So here just put here h1 tag and just close it, and we can write here users age page, right? Then from here let's just simply put here users, right? And now let's jump on the web.php and define a route for it. Let's make a route, but before that we have to import the controller. So just simply use here use app http, then we can use the controllers, then let's use the users, oh my god, users controller, right? And now use this user controller in a routing get method as in second parameter. First parameter will be our path, or you can say that the URL, and the second parameter let's use an array, then put here user class, and the second key will be the function name. So our function name will be view, function name is view load, right? Let me verify this function name. That's okay. So now let's see on a user's route what we are actually getting here. That's great. So now how we can use the blade template? For that you can just use the double curly braces, and if you write something here it will just work like a PHP code. So let's say I just put here 10 plus 10, right? And the answer will be the 20 here. You can see that, right? And even you can use this thing in the any tag like h1 tag or without tag, wherever you want, right? You can multiply it, anything. And in these things we can also use actually the PHP functions also. So let's see, I just want to pass some data from here, like just put here users, key users, and users can be like they should be like of array like Anil and Sam and Peter and all, right? And now let's try to use the methods also here. Like I want to use the count method. The count method, let's put here users, right? This is the users array key. Now let's see that we got a 3 because there is a 3 users. So we can also use the PHP functions here, right? So you got that. Now I will show you that how we can just simply put here the if else condition and all. So let's just put here the user and only single name here for a moment, like Anil, right? And here let's see that how we can use the condition. So you just need to put here @if dollar user. There is no users for a moment, so we can just remove it, right? So this is the users. So let me make it a sorry, this is the user. So let me make it user equal to Anil. Then it can just show a h3 tag like hi $user, right? So now what I can see here, okay, I have to just close this at the rate if also, so just put here at the rate and if, and we got here hi Anil, right? So let's make the another condition also. So let's say now you just want check that if we have some other user also, so that we can check here, else if Sam is here, then we can just put here hello Sam, and from here let's try to put here pass the user as in Sam. We got an hello Sam also. So at the last, so let's say no condition is actually matched, then you can simply put here at the rate else, right? And in the else you can just put here all the tags and put here like unknown hello, or you can put here unknown user, right? And if we put here some other name like Peter, so this is a totally different name, so it will just tell us unknown user. So that way we can also use the condition. So now let's see how we can use the for loop, and just put here at the rate for $i let's equal to 10, then $i less than 10, then $i plus plus, right? And we don't need these curly brackets here, and just write here and 4, right? And just simply put here in a span, or let's take some header tag so that you can watch it clearly, right? h4, and just simply write here $i. So we will go here, we will just go to the count from let me check, was the wrong, because they just shown me the small text, yeah, because I forgot to close the h1 tag. We got a 0 to 9 counting, this should be the possible, right? So now let's see that how we can use the for each loop. For that I need some little bit dynamic data, so I'm just going to put here data, and here I will put some name, going to put some name like Anil, Peter, Loki, then Bruce, they are fair enough. And here I can just simply pass here $data. Now this is my user, so I'm just going to make it I will just resolve the these array in a single loop, right? So in a with the for each loop, right? So just put here for each, but with the for each you can just put the enter here and it will just make a syntax also. But if you don't want that, then you can do it also from the your manual way. So just put here for each $user. I think there should be the users, right? Because there is a lots of user now. So let's make it users as $user, right? And just put here and for each. And what we can just write here, let's take h1 tag, close it, and simply put here $user. And now you will see your all users here, like Anil, Peter, Loki, and Tony, and all. So thanks for watching this video. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. But yeah, that's time to interview question. So my interview question is that here we are just putting the code in a Blade template. So can we write here PHP core PHP code here like normal PHP text like this, right? Is it possible or not? In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn how we can make HTML form and submit its value to the controller. So for that, these are the various steps. First of all, we will make HTML form in the view file, then we will make a controller, then we have to make the two routes, one for the HTML form which is for the view, and second for the controller, and this will be the post route, right? So till now we are just use the get route. In this video I will tell you why we use the post route also, and then we can get the value of this HTML form to the controller, and at the last I will ask you a interview question also. So now this is our output window, and this is the code editor. We will just write the code. First of all, I am just going to make a controller, so just simply write here php artisan make controller and controller name. So let's say my controller name is users controller. Hit the enter, and here you can see that we got a controller, right? So let's make a function inside it. So just simply write here function get data, and you can put any name to this function, index, save, whatever you want, and just write here echo or return it something like form data will be here, right? So now let's make a route for it, so that we have to go inside the routes web.php and just import it. First of all, let's write here use app http controller, and in the controller we can just simply write here it's a controllers, right? And then our controller name, which is users controller. And now let's make a route. Just simply put here route get method, but we will make it a post. But first of all, for a moment I am just going to put it get, and I will tell you that why we just need to make it post with the reason, right? So just write here users, and in the second one just take an array, and this array have the two keys. One is this controller class, user controller : class, and the second will be the this function name as in string, right? So just simply put here get data, right? And let's make it a semicolon to close the statement, right? So now this is fine. Now just create a HTML form, and for that we need a HTML view. So I am just going to make here users dot blade dot php. Just make simply h1 tag like this, and put some text like user login and something, user login. And now let's make a form here. In this form, let's define input type equal to text, name is let's say username, and let's put a placeholder like enter user ID, right? And let's make it close here simply. And to make some space, just simply use to_br tag, copy this one and just simply paste it here, and let's make it a password, and username can be password or user password, whatever you want, and just write here enter user password, right? And at the last, let's make a button here, and just put here login on this button as in text, and just define the type of it submit. Now we need to define the two more attributes on this form. One is action, where it will be just submit, so the user section will be there for submit it. Yes, we can just make it like this. And then method will be defined the what method we are using. Post method are the safest method and which is used for the post the form data, right? So we will just choose here post. Now everything is right. Now let's see. Okay, so now we need to just make it a post. Why we need to make a post? Because our request method is also post type. If we have a get method here, then we can make it get, right? But for a moment, post is fine because form data are just submitted as an post. So in the next thing is that in the web we need to make a route for this page also. So just write here route : get, sorry, we need to just use here view and put here the URL, which is users, or you can just make it a login if you want, right? And the second one for the view file, which is users, right? We don't need to write here blade.php. Laravel is smart enough to understand it. So just simply write here a login, right? Now you can see that I can just add some ID and password. So now whenever I'm just going to submit it, it will just give me some error, right? So let's try to it. Now you can just find that 419 page expire because we did not pass here CSRF token. So just simply add here @CSRF. So it will provide a page, it will just provide a security token so that we cannot just make the cross-site request, right? And now you can try. Let's say my password is 123, and okay, the form data will be here. We are on the form, but how we can just get the data that we are just submitted from here? So for that, first of all, you need to a request type parameter. So just put here request, and this request actually belong to the HTTP, right? And then just simply write here req. Even you can use the request complete, any variable name, whatever you want, and just simply use request, and it have a function, and let's go like this. Just submit it again. Password 12345, submit it. Now you can see that we got the token, username, and the password. So this is the way that how we can just get the data from PHP form to HTML form to Laravel controller. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. In the next video, I will show you how we can submit this data to the database also, right? In this Laravel video tutorial, we will see how we can apply the validation on a HTML form. We will use the form that we made in the previous video. Here you can see that we have the two fields in a login button, and we have a login URL also. So if you did not watch this video and you don't know how to make a simple login form, then you can watch this video. Link is given in the description box. So what we will do in this video, we will apply the validation functions. We will show the error messages. We will show the error messages with the two way. In the one way, we will show the all error messages on a top of this form, and in the second way, we will show the error message with the every field. And then I will ask you an interview question. And please forgive me because in the last video I forgot to ask the interview question. So in this video I will ask the two interview questions, right? So now let's start. So in the previous video we make the HTML form here, our controller is here, and these are the two routes for our view as well as the controllers, right? So for the view we just created the login router, and for the controllers we got the users router with the post method, because from the HTML form we just send the post method request. So now how we can just validate these fields. So let's check it out how it's actually working. So you can see that Anil Sidhu, this is the name and password, let's say 123 and something, right? And when we just submit it, this is our token, and this is our username and password. So what if we just forget to fill one field here? So let's try to submit it without password. Now you can see that our password is null, but this should not be just go here, because we cannot make the password blank, so there should be some validations, and that should be just error message on a top or with the error field and all, right? So how we can do it? So let's start with it. First of all, just go to the controller and make a validation function here. So just use here $req and just write a function name validate, and this validate function will take an array as an parameters, and here we can use the field and our validation as an array key and key pair method, right? So just use here username, this is our field, here you can see that, right? And the second one is username password. So this field should be required, it cannot be blank anytime, right? So just simply make it in the make it is an string. So now let's see what's actually going on here. So now I'm just going to refresh it, and if I just put here the both field again, like Anil and password is like 123, this is working fine. And what if I just forget to put here name and just put here password, then we are not able to submit this form, and you can see that it will just take back to this form after refreshing, right? Because this is not actually matching the validation criteria, right? So how we can just check that what is the error? So for that we will just arrange it in a proper manner also, but first of all let's check out the error, right? So just simply use your $errors like this, and now let's try to submit it. We got some errors, yep, because we just misspell it or something, errors, right? Now that's fine. Now you can see that we got an error that user field is required, because we just apply the validation on a single field. So let's say we just apply the required field for the user password also, right? Yeah, that's fine. So now I'm just going to submit it, and now you can see that we got the 2 errors here. So this is not the actual proper way that how we can show the errors, so let's make a list for it. So let's go for the bleed and just simply write here if we got any error. So just use here $errors. Yep, but before the if we need to use here @ like this, and just and if also, and if like this, right? And it have any function. So let's check it that if we have any validations, then we can just use here for each, and just use here $errors all, right, as an $err, and just simply use here li double curly braces and just put here err. And now what we are getting here, okay, so we got the again error. Why I am actually missing the spelling for error? Okay, so now you can see that we got the 2 error fields, 2 error messages. This is perfectly fine. If I just put here like Anil, then there should be only 1 error message. Here you can see that password field, right? This is 1. So if we just put here both fine, then that's great, there is a no error, right? So now one thing is more that's okay, we just put here 2 error field, but how we can show these error messages with our field? Like I just want to show the username just behind the first field and the user password just below to the user password field. How we can show it, right? So for that we can just make a little bit change in the code. So just remove this error from here, and here let's take a span just below to the our field, and just use here @error, and our field name will be the username, right, and just simply use double curly braces and put here $message, and at the last just end it with the @ and error, right. So, and let's make a color also for this. Let's add style color like red and something, right. Now you can see that we got the error message just below to the field, right. So let's just take this one from here, and the same thing apply on a user password also, right. So now let's just refresh it again, and now you can see that we got a password field and the username field also. So let's make some data here like Anil, and the password is 12. So that's fine, but here you can see that there is a one more problem, that password is only have the 2 characters. So let's say how we can apply some max value field, numeric value field, and minimum value field and all, right. So there is a lots of other validations option we can use, like for the username our max value is 10, and for the password our min value is, let's say, 5, right. So now just go back here and just apply here like username is like Anil and password is like 12. Now you can see that the password field, user password field must be at least 5 character. So that's great. If I just put here 1 2 3 4 5, then this is working fine. So now let's check the max 1 2 3 4 5 and all, max length also. So just put here some text and put here some numeric value, and here you can see that the number may not be greater than 10, right. So that's the way that how we can apply the validations. And if we just use here normal things like Anil and 1 2 3 4 5 6 password, which is the correct as per the validation, then this is able to submit. So that's all. So all right, so now everything is finished. If you have any query, you can ask me in the comment box, and in the interview, as I told you that we will go for the 2 interview questions. One interview question is why we use this CSRF token, right, and the second one is when we just got some error message like this, then can I just get the value from the form that we just submitted previously. For example, if I just make here like Anil 10 something something this, and password is 12, right. So we got the error message in the both field, but we just lost the data that we just filled in the form. So how we can get this data back? So this is the interview question. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the middleware. What is the middleware, type of it, how we can make it, how we can apply it, everything that you need to know, right. And at the last, I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this interview question in the comment box also. Question is, first of all, what is middleware? Middleware is basically a piece of code that can filter out the user request. For example, login. So if user is logged in, then he can access our complete website. Otherwise, he cannot access all pages rather than the login page, right? So in this case, middleware is very helpful. What is actually middleware do? Middleware just make a condition for a user that he can access only one page, and it will just make a restriction on the 99 pages, right. And we don't need to write the code for the all 99 pages. We can just write the code on a single file, and it will apply automatically on the all pages, right. Similar thing you can do with the age. So let's say you just want to check that if user age is 20, then he can access our website, otherwise he cannot access the website, right. With the similar case, middleware will just filter out the age, and if user is not valid age, then he can throw it out also, right. So now let's see the example of the age, that how we can apply it. First of all, I am just going to make some pages. So let's say just Yep guys, one more thing, that middleware actually the three of types. So one is the global middleware, another one is the routed, and the grouped middleware. In this video we will talk about the global middleware, routed, and the grouped middleware. We will just learn them in the next upcoming videos. So now first of all I'm just going to make some views. We already have a view, the user.blade.php, and I'm just going to make some more pages like home.blade.php. Then we can make one more like no access .blade.php, right? And here I'm just going to put here a condition like you cannot access our website, right? Simply. And in the home I can just make some another text like this is home page, right? And this is the user page. This is user page. That's okay for a moment. Now what I will do, I will check the age. If user is have the 18 plus, then he can access the all pages, otherwise he will redirected on the you cannot access our website page, right? So now let's create a middleware. Just go to the command line, clear out it, just write here php artisan make middleware, and we can put a middleware name, let's say age check or something. Hit the enter. Now you can see that our middleware is ready inside the http model middleware and here, right? So first of all we need to apply it. How we can apply it? For that you just need to go in the kernel.php and you can just put this middleware register here. So you can register in the one of the three array, like you can access register it in the global for the global middleware, this is for the routed middleware, and at the last this is for the routed middleware, and the second one for the grouped middleware. So in this video we will talk about a global, then we will just simply write it here, right? So and just right here is check. My bad, is check, right? And this is our middleware name. You can just check it out here. So what is the difference between global and grouped and routed middleware? Global middleware are applied on complete website at a single time. Grouped middleware are applied on some specific pages, like we have a 20 pages and we want to apply the middleware on the 10 pages. And the routed middleware will be applied on a single route at a time, right? So this is our global middleware, so it will be accessible on the all pages, right? So when we are just on the middleware, we can just write our code inside this handle function. So for a moment, let's just write here some text like h1 tag or something, right? And just put here this text from middleware, right? And our middleware is applied. So now let's try to access it. Okay, so I just forgot to put here semicolons. Now you can see that we are able to see here, and we are able to see on the other routes also. Let's define the other routes in the fab.php, like here, right? So let's define two more routes. This is for the user. We can just comment the previous one, users. This is for the home, and we will load our home.blade.php on here, and no access for the no access page, right? So now let's try to access the home here. Now you can see that this is on the home also. this is owned by user also. So that means this is simply global middleware, right? So but we did not put the condition yet, put the condition here yet. So let's put a condition, just remove it, we don't need it. And what I'm just going to check now, I'm just going to check if user age is less than 18, let's say 10, then there should be it should be return the no access page, otherwise we are able to access the website, right? So now let's simply go here and put here if $request will just provide the access of that we have some request or not, is if the age request is present, and as well as if $request age is less than 18, then we will return redirect, and we can put here simply no access page, right? So now let's try to see it. Okay, age is not defined. Wow, let me check. Yep, actually I need to make it arrow here, and now let's see. Now you can see that we are on the no access page. So if I'm just going to access on the home and I'm putting my age is let's say 40. Okay, my bad, I need to use request like this. Then we are able to access the home page, and if I just want to access the home page on age of 14, then we are not able to access. Same with the home, and age is let's say 32, we can access it. This is home page, and if our age is let's say 10, then we cannot access this page. So similar with case with happen with the user also. So in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the grouped middleware. What is the grouped middleware, how we can make it, how we can register it, and how we can apply it with the routes. And at the last I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this interview question in the comment box if you want. If you don't want, then please read about it if you don't know the answer of this question at least, right? So in the previous video we learned about what is the middleware and about the global middleware. So if you want to watch this video, link is given in the description box. So now question is, what is grouped middleware? So let's say we have the 20 routes, and we want to apply some middleware only on the 10 routes, or specifically on the 5 routes. So how we can apply the middleware on some specific routes, right? For that we will actually use the grouped middleware. So now let's create some pages first of all, and then we will just apply the middleware on it, right? So I am just going to make some pages in a view like user.blade.php I already have. Then let's just remove the extra thing from here, right? Here you can see that, and let's make me one more middleware, one more view, which is home.blade.php, and I'm just going to create one more for no access dot blade.php, right? And now just hit it. Let's make a h1 tag here and just simply write here you cannot access this page, right? And similarly just go for the home, and let's put some text. This is home page or something, right? So that's okay. So now let's make the routes for them. Just go for the web.php and just create the 3 routes for all of them. Just write a route view and just put a URL for it and the view file name home. And similarly let's create 2 more for the users. My bad. And then at the last for no access. Right? So now let's create a middleware here. and apply. Okay, so first of all let's try to access them. Are they able to accessible or not? So just put here home, this is working. Users, okay, users not found. What's wrong with it? Because I don't put here users. So now this is working. Now no access, this is also working. So now let's create a middleware. So just simply write here php artisan make middleware, and middleware name let's say is check. Hit the enter. Middleware is created. Where it is created? In the app http middleware, and here it is, right? So now let's register it. For that, let's go to the kernel.php, and keep in mind in the previous video we register our is check middleware inside the global array, right, on that one. Now we will register it inside the middleware group, right? So just put any group name like protected pages, protected page or something, whatever you want to put the name here. And now let's just define any route name, copy and paste it, and change the name with the change age, right? So now let's put a condition inside it. So just go here and let's write here if the age is less than 18, then user should be just redirected on the no access page, right? So like this. So just put here $request is requested, and $request age is less than 18, right? So then what should be need to done? Return redirect. And what we need to redirect here? So just write here on the redirection page which is no access, like this. And now let's apply this middleware on the routes also. So just go to the web.php, and I want to check the age only for the one route. So let's say for the home, right? And we just want to check the age only for the two routes, not for the all, right? So we will just do this thing here. So just write here route group, and it have an array. In the first array we will just tell that we are going to apply a middleware here. So just write here, and it have an array, and we will put our middleware name protected route, protected page, sorry. Let me check the name once again. So is it fine? Okay, protected page. Just write here, it's not protect page, right? And let's okay, this is also again an array, so just use it like an array here. And let's close the just use an anonymous function in the second parameter, and here we can put over the routes that we want to use for where we want to filter the age, right? So just put it like this, and I need to remove this comma from here, right? Okay, so let's access the home first of all, and my age is 10. So now you can see that this is accessible because this route is not registered inside the middleware, right? And now let's do the same thing with the users page, and now you can see that we got the no access page, right? So even we can just go for the welcome page also with the age 10. This is working fine, right? So let's apply the welcome page also inside the middleware like this. And now if I'm just going to use for the welcome page, then it will just give us the no access page. So this is the way that how we can use the group middleware. So if you have any question, you can ask me in the comment box. Now it's time to answer your question. So my question is that can we use the two routes or two middleware with the single grouped route, right? So just answer this question in the comment box if you want. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the route middleware. We will see what is the route middleware, how we can make it, how we can register it, how we can apply it, everything that you need to know, right? And at the last, I will ask you a question related to the route middleware. So now the question is, what is the route middleware? When we are apply a middleware on a specific route, right, then we call it the route middleware. In the previous video, we learned about the grouped middleware as well as the global middleware. They are basically used on the globally or on a bunch of the route, right? But route middleware only apply on a single route at a time. So let's see how we can do it. First of all, I'm just going to make some pages. So let's just go to the resources view and just make some pages like home.blade.php. So if you are watching our playlist, then maybe wondering that why I'm just creating these files again and again, right? Because I just create the home.blade.php and the access.blade.php in the previous video also. The reason is, maybe you are watching the complete playlist, but some other guy is actually just jumping directly on that video, right? So that time he cannot understand that why I just made this page and how I made this page. That's why I'm just covering the complete thing in a single video separately, right? So just simply write here a h1 tag and just put here home page, as well as on a user dot, okay, that is a user page, and let's create one more page. Let's say no access dot blade.php. And now let's make it like you cannot access this website, right? So all pages are ready. Now let's just create a route for them. So just go to the route, file, route, and just simply put here view, and you can also use this view first parameter as an route, and in the second parameter let's just put our view name like routes, right? And let's copy and paste for home as well as the no access pages. So this is for the home view, no access URL, and no access for view, right? So now try to access them all those pages. So let's access the home, working fine. No access is also working fine, and users is also working fine. So now let's create a middleware. So just write here php artisan make middleware, and middleware name, let's say our middleware name is age check. Hit it, middleware is created. Let's go to the app inside the HTTP and middleware. Here you can see that our middleware name. So let's register it in the kernel.php. So you can see in the previous video we just registered the workspace, we just registered this middleware in the global and then grouped. Now this is the routed middleware, so we'll register it in the route, right? So let's make a copy of the previous one middleware and just write here protected page, and just put here name like is check. This will be the is check, right? Now let's copy this from here and let's go to the web.php. So let's say I just want to make a filter for age for the users page. So just simply write here middleware and this register page here, right? And now let's make a condition for age check, and just simply write here okay, if $request age and $request age is less than 18, then user cannot access our website. So just return here, redirect, and no access page, right? And now let's try to access first of all the user's page, because we applied this middleware only a specific route for the users. So just simply write here age is okay. So I just got an error, so let me check what is that. Yeah, actually this is the request, not req, my bad, right? Now let's try to see that. Now you can see that we cannot access the user's page if our age is less than 18. Here you can see that, but we can access the other pages like home, and if our age is 10, then we are still able to access it. So this is the way that how we can apply the middleware on a specific route, right? So you can do it on the to route also, like just do it here if you want. Now if you are going to try to access this home page with the age of 10, then you will go to the no access page, right? So that's all about the route middleware. And now it's time to interview question is that can we apply the to middleware? So let's say one we have a protected page and another one we have the safe page. Can we just apply the to middleware on a single route, right? So you can answer this question in the comment box if you want. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn that how we can start with the Laravel and database. We will make a basic configuration and we will just fetch some data from the database, right? So here you can see that this is my database name and this is my table. We will fetch this data on our Laravel project. So why we are using only the MySQL, not using the other like Oracle or other database? Because MySQL is mostly used database with the PHP and the Laravel, right? So now first of all, let's set up the configuration for the database, and for that you need to open the .env file. You can find this env file here, and if you did not find, then you can automatically create. You will just definitely find here .env.example and just rename this file to the .env, right? Okay, so after that you just need to configuration. There is a lots of configuration. You don't need to just go through all these things for just database configuration. So you just need to look on the DB connections here. So DB connection, host and port is already provided. You just need to put a database name, username and password, right? So username is by default root unless you are not changing it, and password is also by default blank unless you are not updating it. So in my case I already updated it, so this is the Red Hat @123. And one more thing, our database name is blog. Here you can see that, right? You can use any other database name also. I just put here blog. So now this is the basic configuration which is done. So how is actually impact the Laravel? So these configuration files are just executed in the configuration, and you can just see that mysql.php. So you will find that on a MySQL host name, port name, database name, username and the password are just directly fetched from the env file. This is the env function which is just getting the data from this env file, right? So that's all, our configuration is done. Now let's make a controller. So just write here php artisan make controller, and controller name can be user controller. Hit the enter and our controller is ready in the app http controller and here, right? And let's define a function like index. Just use the function keyword with it, and here we can just return something for a moment, like echo hello from user controller, right? That's fine for a moment. And now let's just define a route for it in the routes and web.php, right? Just simply write here route : get, and just simply put here the URL for the path, which is users, and our class name. So we need to import the class name. Just use here use app. What's wrong with that? App. Then we can use the folder name http, then use controllers, and then just simply put here user controller, and just use the bracket here. Now let's just use an array as a second parameter, and simply put here user controller : class, and in the second parameter just simply use the index, which is function name, right? And now everything is fine. So let's try to access this with the users, and we are able to get the data from we are able to get the console from controller. You can see that, right? You can just simply write here hello from users and all. That's okay. So now just we need to import the database class. So just write here use illuminate support, and after that we need to use the salt, and just simply write here db. Now just remove this console, take a return here, and just use db and select, and here we can put our any command like select star from table name, which is users, right? Then how it actually know the database name, which is blog, which is just connected with the db class, and then select the data from the users table, right? And now you can just see that we got the data, the first, second, and third, and fourth. We have the 4 user here. Data is just get here. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the Laravel model. So I already written here Laravel model with DB. That simply means there is some connection between model and the database. We will learn this thing also. So these are the points of the video. What is the model, how we can create it, how we can fetch the data from the database with the help of model, how we can show this data, and at the last I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this interview question in the comment box also, right? So one more thing guys, you can connect Laravel with the database in a 2 way. One way, which is you can use the model, and the second way I already told you in the previous video. You can get the link from the description box. Here we will use normal Laravel DB classes to connect with the MySQL database, right? So now the first question is, what is the model? Basically model is used to connect the Laravel with the database, right? Yes, there is some more use also, but most of the time we use it Laravel model with the making connection with the database. So now let's look out and check out the all cases that we can done with the Laravel model. So first thing is we can obviously connect with the database, and how it's actually working. The Laravel model will map the database table with the class name, right? So for example, if your database table name is users, then your model name must be user. If your table name is employees, then your model name should be employee, right? So here you can see that there is a singular and plural connection. In the database, the table name should be plural and your model name should be singular in all cases. That they will just model automatically connected with your database table, right? For example, I just want to show you that this is my table name. Let's go for the users. Just ignore this warning for a moment. Yep. So my table name is users. So I need to make my model name with the name of user, right? Once again, I'm just going to tell you, your model name should be singular and your table name should be plural, right? So now maybe you have a question that this is a little bit weird, right? So if I have a table name is emp and model name is also emp, so that simply means I cannot connect them. No, still you can connect, but for that you need to do the little bit manual configuration. I will show you this case also, that if our database table and model name are not actually mapped with the singular and plural way, then how we can connect them. I will tell you this case also. We will just see all kind of things, right? The second thing, we can define the database structure in the model, and we can also write the business logic in the model. So what is the meaning of business model? That simply means you can just write your mathematical calculations and some logical stuff also, right? Like sometime joins, sometime mutators and all, right? So I will tell you that how we can use the joins and what is the mutators and all in the upcoming video. Don't worry about it. So now let's create first of all we need to just create the database configuration. I already told the configuration in the previous video also, but let's see again in this video. So first of all you need to put the database in .env file. So what is your database? You can check here. In my case this is blog, so just simply put here blog. Username, by default username is root. Password in your case might be password is blank, but in my case this is red hat @123, right? So database configuration is done, so we can close it. Now my table name is user, so what should be my model name? Obviously this is the named as a user. So let's open a command line and make a model name. Just write here php artisan make model and your model name. So my model name will be user, and keep in mind your model name should be capitalized, right? And just simply hit it. Right, so this is already exist. Why this is already exist? Because the Laravel already provide a named as already provide a model with the name of user. Here you can see that. Even you can check in the your project also, this is already provided. So I want to show it from the very scratch, so I'm just going to delete it and we will make it from the scratch and just simply write here. Now you can see that we got another user file. Yes, one more thing that you need to keep in mind, if you are using the Laravel 7 and its below version, then you may not find the models folder. Your users file will be directly on the root of app directory, right? But if you are using the Laravel 8 and its above version, then you will find a models folder here, right? So our file is ready. If you just want to look at it, then there is nothing special. There is some namespaces and classes are imported, and there is a single class with the name of user, and that's it, right? So how we can now fetch the data? For that we need at least a controller. So just create it. Just write here php artisan make controller, and controller name can be, let's say, user controller, and hit the enter, right? This is also created. Now let's go for this http controllers users.php and just make a function, and let's say my function name is get data or fetch data, whatever you want, it's totally up to you. And now just simply return here, and what we want to return? We want to return the data which is present in our table, right? So just simply write here, first of all we need to import the model here. Just write here use app models, oh my bad, and then your model name which is user, right? You can see, check here, that's we have an app folder, then we have a models folder, and then user. And now just simply write here users, my bad, user and colon, and what operation you want to do. Like for a moment I just want to fetch all the data, so just simply put here all, right? Everything is ready, but how we can just use this controller? For that we need to make a router, and where we can make the route? We can just make it inside the web.php. So import our controller use app http, then controller, basically controllers. Here you can see that the path, and then user controller, right? Yeah, that's it. And now let's define a route, and it will be a get method, and first is our URL, which is user, second one is the path of our class name. So just simply put here an array with the class name colon class. It will just tell that this is a class, and the second parameter, let's put a function name which is we define in the user file as in string, right? So just write here get data. Everything is fine. Now we done all things. First we done the model, then we create the controller, and at the last we create the route also. So now let's try to access it, what we are getting it. So first of all, let's try to check there is a no error on that page, and now let's go for our route, which is users, and hit that. All right, we got that there is a no function is exist, right? Let me check what's wrong with it. I actually got that. I don't need to put here array again. It will be the simple parameter of the array, right? This is the second. You can see that the value of the array, and now let's refresh it. Now you can see that we are able to get the data. If you watched our previous video, then you can compare that in the previous video and in this video, the data which is fetched from the database is same. That means that you can use the any way, you can use the DB classes or the model, but we will fetch the data in a different way, but data will be the same. Now we have a question that we are just talking about there, that if we have the if our database table and model name are not correct, as we just discussed that the singular and the plural way, then what we can do? Then you can just go to the model, like just jump on that and put your table name. Simply just write here public property $table and your table name. So let's say I already have another table which is employees. Let's look on it. So just remove this warning. Actually this is my problem with my PHP admin, so sorry about that. So my table name is employees. So if I just put here employees, now I can just fetch the table, fetch the data from the employee table, because now I define this table name manually, right? So now I'm just going to open another window, and I just want to show you the difference, right? So here you can see that we get the data from the employees table, and you can match that. We have only two records, Batman and Superman, and we got that, right? And in the previous video we got the 4 record which is present in the here. So that's all about the model. And yes, there is some more functionality in the model also, like we can write the joins here, we can just make the one-to-one relation, one-to-many relation, and all kind of relations between the tables, as well as we can also define the mutators and many things. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the HTTP client. So seriously, this is a very unique topic of the HTTP client. So, and very excited also. So now let's start with the points that we are going to cover in this video. First of all, we will see what is the HTTP client, how we can use it, how we can send data from controller to the view, and after that we will just render the data which is we get from the HTTP client to the HTML table. And at the last, I will ask you a very important question, and you can attempt this into question in the comment box also, right? So now the question is, what is the HTTP client? So let me ask you a question. Why we use the Laravel? For making the website or making the APIs, right? But there is a possibility that sometime we need to call the APIs in the Laravel also. For example, we just making the APIs in the Laravel and we are consuming it in the React and Vue.js and Angular, you can say that, right? But this is a little quite possible that sometime we need to get the data from some Google APIs, from the Amazon APIs, or some other website APIs, right? So how we can just use or consume these API in the Laravel? That time HTTP client will help us. For example, this is our dummy API, and we want to just consume this in the Laravel, and we just want to render this data in the form of HTML. That time HTTP client will help us. It will just provide the data in a JSON format from this URL to our controller or wherever you are actually using it, right? So that is the actual use of HTTP client. So with starting with the code, before just starting with the code, I'm just going to take you on the HTTP client official documentation. You can just simply see that here we are just writing that outgoing HTTP request to communicate with the other web applications, right? So that simply means we can just communicate with the other web applications through the APIs. We can get the data and we can post the data, we can put the data in the other HTTP APIs also, right? So now let's start with an example. Yeah, so first of all, I am just going to open my command prompt and I'm just going to make a controller so that we can just write the code for HTTP client inside the controller. So just put here PHP artisan make controller and controller name. So let's say my controller name is user controller. Why I'm putting the user controller? Because in this API we have a data related to the users, right? So they are actually pretty similar. That's why I just make a user controller. Our controller is created here. You can just find it if you just want to get it. App HTTP controllers and user controller. So let's make a function here, and let's say my function name is index, or you can put any name. This is totally up to you. And for a moment just return here API data will be here, right? That's simple. And now let's go to the web.php and create a route for it, but before that we have to import it. So let's write here use app HTTP controller, actually controllers, and then user controller, right? And you can check out this path here like app HTTP controller and user controller. Now let's create a path here for this. Just write here route colon get, and here just simply put here the URL that you want to pass in the URL address or address bar, users, and the path of your controller, which is user controller common class colon classes, and in the second parameter we can put the function name as in string, which is index here, right? And let's put the semicolon at the last. Right, great. Now let's try to access it on a users controller. So just put here users. Now you can see that API data will be here. We just get a simple text here. Now we have to just import the HTTP client in our controller. So just go here and write here use eliminate support, and then just simply put here facade, and just write here HTTP, right? Now let's remove this stuff from here and just simply write here HTTP colon get, and just put your API URL. So here is my API URL, and just simply write here like this, right? So now let's see what we are getting here. Now you can see that we are getting the data as in JSON format, and this is similar to this data, just a font family is actually different. Otherwise you can see that every data is actually matching here. So now I want to render this data in HTML table, so that I have to pass it to the view, but I don't have any view for a moment. So let's create it. So just write here users dot blade dot php, and just simply write here user list, right? Now I'm just going to make a table here right? And just take a tr, td, one, here you can put here id, then second, third and fourth, and let's put here name, email address, and at the last you can put here profile photo, right? So let's just resume for it for a moment and pass it this data to the here, and just simply write here $collection, right? Or you can put any name like item or whatever you want, right? So now let's pass it to the view and just simply write here return view, and in the first parameter let's pass the view name, which is users, and in the second parameter let's pass the collection as an array. So just simply put here collection $collection. One more thing, if you did not notice, that here we can directly use the data here. In the data there is an array, and which is actually finished here, like with the all users. So if you want, then we can just avoid this data, because we just need to just draw the users list, right? So, and how we can just get it, we can just directly jump on the data key. So just simply write here data, right? And now let's put a colon at the last, semicolon at the last. And did I forgot something? Why this is showing me an error? Let me check. Yeah, actually got it that I have to put here a comma, because this is the second parameter. Now let's render this data in the form of HTML table. So this will be my header, and this will be my dynamic data. So for a moment let's try again, but it's not look like in table. So let's make it a table. Just write here border 1, and now you can see that just refresh me again, it's look like a little bit table. So let's take this tr as an inside a loop. So just write here for each, and here we pass the data as an collection. So collection can be like a data or item, whatever you want to put here, and just simply use here these data here, right? And just here you can see that now we get the data, that how many data we have. So we just got the list here, but these are the static names, so let's make them dynamic. So just simply use here $item id. Now you will find that id is actually dynamic, but other things are still you can say that static. So just make them all dynamic and put here first name. Here you can just find the key, which is first name, and then we can add an email, right? So the all data is fine now, but we cannot use here directly normal text, we need to use here image. So just write here img src, and let's put here $item, and just write here what actually the key name for that, which is avatar, right? And now let's try what we are actually getting here. Now you can see that we are able to get the data here. So if you just want to check this first image, then you will find that the both images are actually similar, right? So that's all for a moment. If you still have any kind of question, you can ask me in the comment box. In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the HTTP request methods. Maybe you heard about the two HTTP request methods, which is get and post, but there is some other methods also which is very important when you are working with the Laravel and especially when you are working with the Laravel APIs. For example, put, patch, delete, head, etc. Right? So we will learn these all methods with example. So these are the points of video. First of all, we will see what is the HTTP request. Then we will see the method name for the HTTP request. We will make a HTML form so that we can just check out the example of every method, and we will create the route method also and submit the data to the controller. And at the last, I will ask you an interview question also, right? So now let's get started with the first question. What is the HTTP request? When you are using the website, then you cannot work without the HTTP request. When you are fetching data from a website, that means you are using the get method. When you are just signing up or submitting some data as a form, in a format of form, then you are using the post method, right? So let's say I just want to show an example. When let's open to the network here and just make it a little bit up and just refresh it. Now when you just make a refresh, then you can see that there is a lots of files which are come to the network, and here you can see that the request method is get by default, right? That means when you are just fetching the data, then we are use the get method, but when we are just posting the data or saving some data to the database or to the server, then we use the post method, right? But there is some other method also, we will talk about them also, right? So for example, post method, put method is used when you just want to update something. Delete method when you just want to delete some data. Patch method, patch as and put are very similar. Patch methods are used with a specific field. Let's say we have a 10 field, but we want to update only 2 or 3 field, then we use the patch methods, right? And the head method is just looking out for the headers, and options are just tell that our server is working or not, right? So these all things, the all methods are very useful in the case of Laravel forms as well as the Laravel API. And in this video, we will check out all these things with the Laravel form. Yes, in the upcoming video, we will make a API in the all of the cases also. So now let's get started. What we need to do to make these kind of requests to check that. So we need two things. One is controller and another one is the view, so that we can just make a HTML form. So let's create a view first of all. Let's say my view name is user.blade.php, and let's make some HTML text and all, like user login. You can just remove it. Yes, I will make a form also, but just after making the route and all. And now let's jump for the web.php file to make a route here, and just simply write here route : view, and we can just put the route name, which is, let's say, login for a moment, right? And file that we want to load, and this is the view file because we defined a view method here, which is user, we just made here, right? User. Now let's try to access this file through the web page, and just simply write here user, and alright, oh sorry, my bad, we have to just use here login because we just define the URL is login on a user's view, right? So that's working fine. So now let's try to make a form here. So just make a small form, and in this form we can use at least 2 fields. So let's define input type text, name can be like user or whatever you want, placeholder like enter name, and we can also use some br tags so that we can just maintain some space, line space actually. And at the last, let's take a button and just make a text login, and this button type can be submit, right? Now you find that there is a small form also, That's okay. All right, so where we will submit this form? So we need a controller, so just write here php artisan make controller, and controller name, let's say my controller name is user controller. Hit the enter. This is created, and where this is created? In the app http controllers and user controller. So let's make a route for it. So just put here use app http, then controllers, and then use the user controller, right? And now let's make a route for it, and just put here route and method name. What is that method name I have just put here? Because I'm not going to put here get and post. I will tell you why. Just wait for a moment. And let's put the URL, and in the second parameter just put here user controller, which is related to this, right? Use colon class, and in the second parameter we need to put here the method that we want to call. So we did not define the method yet, so let's make a method. I'm going to put my method name is test request, right? And when we are just getting the data from the form, then we need to use here this request method and any variable like $req, right? And let's return here something like hello from controller, right? This is for a moment. And after that let's just put this method here, which is test method, and let's make it put it directly in the second parameter, and this should be an string actually, so just make it string, and at the last we need to add here semicolon. Everything is fine, but why I put here method name? Why did not put here get? Because if I am just going to put here get, then it will accept the get method from here, and we will define a get method here like get, right? And if I'm just sending this data, the post from here like post data, then we need to make this method type post like this, right? So first of all let's try with the get, then we will make it post also, right? Get, and now we need an action. Action means on which URL we want to hit this. So we want to hit on the this URLs, so users. So let's simply put it here, right? So now let's try to just send this data. Let's try to log in, and now you can see that we get the data on a hello controller. We did not pass some data, that's why we get the blanket. So let's put some data here like Anil and password like 12345, and just write login here. When we are using the get method, then we will send the data like here, like this, right? But this is not a safe method. That's why when we just want to pass the data with the help of form, then we always use the post method. So once again I just want to show that what method is actually we are able to see in the network. So let's try to see here, and here you can see that we are just using the get method here, right? So now let's try with the post method. Like, yeah, one more thing, we did not get the data in the controller yet, so just simply return $request, and just simply use here input method, right? And let's try it with the you can see that the get method first of all. Now you can see that we get the user data, right? One more thing, why we are actually getting the one field only? Because we need to just make it a password, right? And the text is also be password. Again let's make it correct now. All right, so just refresh it, name is like Anil and password is like 123, and now we are able to send the both field, right? So this is fine. Now let's try to use the post method here, and with the post method we need one more thing. We need a CSRF token, right? You just need to write here like this. This is used for the security purpose, and how it's actually work with the security purpose, I already made a video on it. You can watch from the previous videos, right? So now this is the get method, and now let's make it post. When this method is post and you want to try to hit the get method, then it will give a error. What kind of error? So let's check it first of all. Now you can see that the post method is not support for this route. Supported method get here, right? So because this is the supported method and we are trying to send the post from here. So if we just want to send the post, then we just need to make it a post like here. And now let's go back, try to submit data like username and password, and now you can see that the token, user and password is sent from here. Similar thing we can also use with the put, right? So why we use the put method? As I told you, get method is used for getting content. Post method is using for save the data. Put method is used for update the data, right? So but yes, we are now actually not performing the save data and put data and update data in the database, but yes, you can just do it with the way, because now we are just understanding the methods. In the upcoming video we will create an API with everything, and we will just connect with the database also, right? So now our put method is ready, but put method have the one problem. We cannot use directly put method like here. If I'm just going to try to hit it, then it will said that you are still sending the post request, right? So now let's try 123 and some name like Anil. Now it will tell that the get method is not supported yet, right? Because supported method is put. So why this is again asking for the get method? Because for that, if we are using the method here post put here, then it will not going to support. We need to use here double curly braces method underscore field, and we can simply use here put, right? And here we need to use post. Now it will support it, right? Just go back here, refresh it, name, password, something, submit it. Now you can see that we are able to get the method post put here, right? Similarly, if you want to send the delete, then you can use here delete method. But you need to change the route here from the route file also like this. Now let's get back here, try to refresh, and why we use the delete method? For deleting the records, right? Now you can see that we are able to use the get method. So that's all right. So now I have a question, which is you can see that we just try with the get, post, put, delete, and we can just use everything. What is the difference between put and patch, right? Okay, I will just repeat all of them. You can just find about the patch. Get is used for getting the data, post is used for save the data, put is used for update the data, delete is used for delete the data, head for use for the extra parameters like header and all. Optional parameter will check that our server is working fine or not, right? In this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the Laravel session. As you know, sessions are used for store the data on server side, and they are very useful for making the user login, for the user authentications, and you just want to send the data from one page to another page. For example, you just store the data in the session on login page, and you can get this data on the profile page, on the logout page, and any other page also, right? So this is the basic use of sessions, and in this video we will learn the session with the login functionality. Why we are learning it with the login functionality? Because on the login time we will store the data, on profile page we will get the data, and at the logout click we will just delete the data. So we will just cover up the old session in this video, and at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt the answer of this interview question in the comment box also. Now let's get started. First of all, I'm just going to make a view page for the HTML form. So just put here simply login dot blade dot php, and just take h1 tag and just simply write here user login, and now let's define a form, and method for that we will use the post. What is the get, what is the post, what is the post, put these kind of methods I already explained in previous video. Link is given in the description box if you want to watch. Then let's take two fields and just wide this area so that we can just see the whole things, right? And just put here name, and the name is user for this field, and placeholder like enter username, and for making some space we can use br tag because we are not actually focusing on the style. That's why I'm not going to add the css. And now let's use the password field also, right? And just write here enter user password, right? So one more thing, when we are using the post request and we want to submit the data, that time we need to use the csrf token so that it can authenticate that the user is sending the data from current site. So just use @csrf, and at the last just make a button, put here login, and just simply write here submit, type submit, right? Everything is done. Let's go for the web.php in a route, and here, and let's make a route for it, and just simply write here route view login is the URL, and another login is for the view file, right? And now let's try to access it on the login. We can access it, that's great. Now we need to make a controller so that we can submit this form. Just write here php artisan make controller, and controller name, let's say it's a user auth, that means user authentication. So now this is also created. It will, you can find this in a app http controller user auth, and let's make a function here, and you can put any name to this function. I'm just going to put here user login, right? And when we want to get the data from the form, then we need to parameter with the type of request. So let's take a request type parameter, and this request actually belong to the http request. Now let's just return $request and input. It will just return all the input field that we just submit from the browser, from the HTML form, right? All right, so now let's create the route for this one also. So like use here use app http controller, controllers, basically this is our folder name, and the user auth, right? And now let's make a path for it. Just simply write here route : post. Why I just write here post? Because in the form we are just using the post method, right? And now we have to define the path, so we can just write here user, and in the second parameter let's take an array with a user auth, and let's just simply use the class, and in the second parameter let's define the function name of the controller, which is user login, right? So just simply put here user login, comment it out. Okay, let's make a semicolon here. Now let's use this route with action, right? So I think everything is fine. Now let's try to access it, refresh it, make it for a moment. Let's say my name is Anil and password is 123. Let's try to submit it. Now you can see that we are able to get the data here, right? So data, we just get the data here. So how we can just store it in the session? For that, let's go to the user controller and just save this data inside any variable. And now let's use a $request, and it have a function also like input session, and this session have again function put, and put function will put the data in a specific key. Let's say my key name is user, and I want to put here $data and user because this is the username, right? So now the username is stored in the user, right? So now let's try to access it. Is it working or not? So just simply write here session, and here you can just simply put here as in parameter user because we store the data in a user key, right? And let's see, are we getting the Anil because our username is Anil, right? So we got that. Now that's great, we don't need it, we can just remove this echo. And now let's make a profile function, profile view. So just make it profile.blade.php and just simply write here h1 tag, let's say hello. Okay, just simply write here profile page or something, and just make h1 tag, or h2 tag will be better because we should not use the 2h1 tag. And just simply write here session user, oh my bad, session user, and just simply put here hello comma this, right? And now let's make a route for it, and again let's copy this one, put here profile for the URL and profile for the view file name, and here just simply redirect it, redirect, return, redirect on a profile. And now let's see what we are getting here. Now you can see that we got a hello Anil, right? So we done the two things, we store the data and we retrieve the data. How we can remove the data? For that, on a profile page, let's make a tag and just put here logout, right? So on that click I want to make the user logout, but for that let's make a route again, which is logout route, right? And the logout right, I don't need to make any controller or you can say that any view, because we just need to write a 2 line of code so that we can do it in the web.php itself, right? So now I'm just going to copy this one so that I can do the code very easily and quickly, right? And now I will just write that if I got the logout, then what I need to do, first of all I will check that if session is a function and another function is has, it have the user key, right? Then we will delete it, and for the delete we will write here session function, and it have a pull, and the key name is again user, right? If we have this key, then we can remove it, and after that we can just simply redirect it, redirect on login function like this, right? And let's make a return here, oh, my bad, return, and use a semicolon here. Now let's see what we are getting here. I'm just going to click on the login and I go on the login page now. So let's try to again password 12345 anything, and if I just make it refresh, then still we have this Anil data because the session data never lose on the refresh, right? That's working fine. On the login, this is gone again. I just want to show one more case. Let's say password is something. Now if I just go back on the login page, it will just take me on the login, but this should not be done, because when we are get the logged in once, it should not be just go to the login page before logged out, right? Like if you just go for the Facebook logout page, login page without logging out, then you will directly redirect on your profile page or the home page. So similar thing we need to do here. So let's just do the same thing for the login page also. So let's just remove this path here. If we are on the login page, then we will check that if we are on the user has a session, then it will just simply redirect me, redirect me on the profile page. Otherwise it will just take me on the logout page, right? So now that's great. If now okay, my bad, let's make it refresh. Now you can see that now if I just click on a logout, then I am on the just give me a moment, I just need to return view, right, not to redirect. So that's working fine. Let's see all cases again. Anil and some password like 1 2 3 4 5. Now I am on a login page. If I am directly try to go on the login, then it cannot be, I cannot go because I already logged in, and this functionality push me on the profile page again, right? And now if I go to the manually, then my session is released, then and I can go on the login. So this is the complete functionality for the login. And in this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn about the flash session. So flash session is little bit different from the normal session, and in this video I will tell you that what is the difference in both of them, and then what is the flash session, how we can store it, how we can just get the data from flash session, how we can delete the data, and at the last I will ask you a question, and which is very important for the interview purpose also, and you can attempt this interview question answer in the comment box. So now question is, what is flash session? So as you know, when we are storing the data in the normal session, then we can use it many times till 1 month, right? Or you can just define your custom date also. So if I'm just going to refresh it again and again, the data will be still stored in our server side, right? But in the flash session, the data will be automatically deleted just after 1 refresh. All right, so what is the purpose of using the session for a one time? So this is very useful when you are just storing some data or sending the mail, and you just want to show a confirmation message like that data has been stored and email has been sent kind of thing, right? So what actually happen, let's say you have a form and you just enter some values to send the mail, right? And when you just click on the sent mail, then after sending the mail, the page will be refreshed, and for first time you will see that your flash session will work, and you will able to see that a message and something like that your data has been sent and all. But when you just refresh once more, then data will be just erased from here, right? So let me show you the example. First of all, I need a view so that I can just make a HTML form. So let's go to the resources and then views, and just make a file. Let's say my file name is member dot let's say just simply mean that which is add dot blade dot php, right? That means we are adding the normal members, right? And just write here like one tag like add members. At the one time we can add only one member, that's why I'm just putting here add member, not members. And in the form we will use the post method, and when we are using the post method, we need a CSRF token for the security purpose. And let's take some input also. So let's say name is user, then let's say placeholder can be like enter user name and something, and then we can use some br tag so that we can just get the next input in the next line. So let's make 3 of input and just make add member button, right? And now let's just put the different name like password, and the type will be again password. And now we can put here email, right? And let's change the text also. Let's enter user password, enter your email, right? And now we need a controller, so let's remove the already commanded and just put here php artisan make controller. Controller name can be like add member, and just hit it. Our controller is created. To look into it, let's go to the http controller add member. Let's make a function like add or something, right? Or you can just put here, because add can be a default function, add member, right? And here we can just simply return the request for a moment, right? So that we can see what data we are actually getting here. So let's pass a request type parameter here, $req, we can put the name of it. Then just simply use $req input, so that we can just catch out all the inputs from it. Now let's make a route for it, and let's go for a blade.php, and let's just go for the web.php, sorry. And let's make a route first of all for view, for add.blade.php, and just simply here add, and here we can put here add, that's it, right? Because this is our URL and this is our view name. So let's try to just use it. This is working fine. Now we need to define a route for controller also. So just use here use app http controllers, and controller's name can be like add member, right? So what is my controller name? It is add member, right? Add member. And now let's put a semicolon here, define a route for it. Just simply write here route : post, because we are just sending the post request from here, right? And just use here two parameter. One is you can simply write here add member, and in the second one just define an array, and add member our controller name class, and it's in second parameter we can put here this function name, which is add member. Okay, so that's my bad, we cannot put the class name and function name same, so we can just write here like add only. So I think it should be work, right? And just put here add, and let's make it close with the semicolon, this statement. So now let's use this add member as an action here, right? So everything is fine now. So now let's try to submit it. I hope everything will be gonna fine. So let's say my username is Anil, password is let's say 123, and email is you can use anything like this, right? And just try to add it. When we add it, now you can see that data is visible here as in JSON format. So now let's put this only username in a flash session. So just go back here, just take it inside the any variable like data and all, and let's put here normally user, so that we can just get here user data, and just use here $request and session, and in the session we can use here flash function flash, and here let's put a key name and data user, and data will be $data, right? After that let's just return redirect on add page, which is that one, right? So just simply put here add. Now let's see what we are getting here. All right, so get method is not supported by the route, supported the method post. let me see what error we are actually fetching here. Yes, because we don't need to use it, we can just simply use here add, right? So whenever I'm just going to add the data like Anil and password 1234 or something, and email address is anil@test. So now you can see that whenever the data will be done, then we are able to on this page again, but there is no message that user just feel that there is some error and just page refreshed, but data is not stored, right? So we have to show here some messages like data has been stored and email has been sent or something like that, right? So for that we can just simply use here, because it will be just show the message for a while, for a once. So just simply write here add if, and just simply use here session, and in the session we have a key like user. Then let's use here h3 and style color green, and you can just put here this, and session user has been added, right? Again, so now I need to close it, so use here @ and if, and now by default you will see we don't have any message, but now I will try to send some data like Anil, password 123, email address like sam@test.com, and alright, so we got error again because we need to use here session and user here, right? So let me try again. Anil and password is like something 1234 and email address is here. Try to submit and you can see that Anil user has been added, right? Or you can just add some other message also. Again you can just use here, put here Bruce. Alright, so now we have message. If I'm just going to try to refresh it, this data will be erased because flash session only worked for a once, like see, right? Again let's add here Bruce, password 123, email like tony@test.com. Again Bruce user has been added. Again we can refresh it and this will be refreshed. So this is the way that how actually session work, flash session work. Now it's time to answer your question. So can we use the session, flash session, two times? Like we will add some function, we will add some parameter, and we can just take this flash session till the 2 or 3 refresh, right? So how we can do it? Please, if you know that, you can ask me in the comment box and attempt this question also. So in this Laravel video tutorial, we will learn that how we can upload a file in Laravel framework. These are the steps that we need to perform. First of all, we need to make a view. Then we will define a HTML form inside this view. We will make a controller, and inside the controller we will write some code to upload a file. And at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also if you want. So now let's get started with making a view. So just collapse the all of files on the root, and now let's go to the resources, view, and make a new file. So let's say my view name is upload.blade.php, right? And let's make a h1 tag and write here some text so that we can identify the file, upload file or something, right? And let's make a form again here. So there is a 2 type inside this form that you need to just mandatory to the mention method name, which is post, and then ink type. So ink type should be the multi-part form data. When we are using sending this normal data like text or something, then we don't need to define this property. But when we are sending some rich data like some PDF or some audio, video or file, then we just define the multi-part, right? And then we can just define some input fields here, like first input field is file, and name can be like file or anything, right? Whatever you want. And again let's take some br tag also, so that we can just maintain some space, and just define a button again and write text on this button like upload file or something, and now just type the button type will be submit. Now let's look out this. Okay, so we need to define one more thing, which is CSRF token, right? And now let's see that how we can just get this page on the HTML. So let's define the route here and just simply write here route view, and the URL for this route is upload, and file name will be again upload, right? Now let's come on the running Laravel and just write here upload, and we can see that we have a small form for submit and choosing the file. When we just click on this choosing file, we have a pop-up and we can select an image, right? And on the upload click, we can upload it, but for now we did not complete this functionality, that's why it will just give some errors here. So just ignore it for a moment, and now let's make a controller. So just clean the previous one and write here php artisan make controller name. So let's say my controller name is upload controller. Hit that and you can see that created controller created successfully, right? So now let's go this controller http controllers, and here let's define a function and just write here index, and here you can return something. For a moment we can just return some text like hello from controller or something, right? And now let's go for the web.php and make a route for it. So we need to import this file, so just write here use app. We need to just provide this path app http controller and this controller name, then http controllers, oh my bad, then upload controller, right? And now define this path again for posting the data. Just write here route, and this is the post request, that's why we just mentioned the post method here, right? And now let's just define any path. We can again define upload. Yes, two routes can be the same URL if they have the different methods, right? And now just simply use the path of this file, which is upload controller : class, and in the second parameter we can define the index, right? And just index will be defined this function name, right? Everything is fine. Now just use this URL as an action of this form. Now let's try to upload any file. So whenever I'm just using, then you can see that hello from the controller. That's great. We can just make a connection with the controller. Now we need to just write the code for uploading, right? So just simply, first of all, we need to just define here request type parameter. This request is coming from HTTP, this class, right? HTTP request, and $req, and it will just get the data from the form, and just simply write here $request file, and this file name belongs to this name, right? If we have the docs here, then we need to just mention here docs or whatever we have the name. And now just put here store, and inside the store we can just put here any name to this folder. So let's say I just want to put here docs name as docs to the name of folder, right? And now let's try to upload a file. Just choose of any file from here and let's try to upload. Now we have the folder name as well as this is the file name. So just go to our project like this, blog, storage, app, and here you can find our docs, right? So let's try to upload one more image. Let's go back here and just choose any file, like I want to choose that one, right? And just upload it. Now you will just find the two files inside the app docs folder. So that's all for this video. Now it's time to the interview question, which is how we can just change this file name. So when we are actually uploading this file, then you can identify that we have the different file name. So let's say I'm just uploading this Laravel 18 file number, then this have the different name. When we are just upload it, the file name is actually getting different. So how we can just change this name when we are uploading a file name? You can comment this answer in the comment section. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the localization. So might be some of you guys don't know about what is localization, even you never heard about that, right? So don't worry, we will learn everything from the very scratch, and this is a really very interesting topic, right? So we will see what is the localization, how we can define it, how we can set it default, and how we can set it with the route. And at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box if you want. If you don't want, then no issue, but you need to read it if you don't know the answer, right? Now the question is, what is the localization? So putting your website in multiple languages is basically localization. So let's say you make a website for 4 countries like Japan, Korea, America or India, right? So all of countries have the different languages. So if you just make your website in one language, like only on American or English, or only on the Japanese, then might be the all 2 countries or 3 countries cannot understand it, right? So we will make our website in a 4 languages, and when someone open the website from the India, it will visible in the Hindi. When someone open it in the Korea, then it will visible in the Korean language, and respectively English and Japanese also. So how we can do it? This is not actually a very logical thing to do it in the Laravel actually. So we will just make some 4 files for according to the language, like one for the Korean, one for the English, one for Hindi, and one for the Japanese, and we will put the string respectively, right? And we will just select some options, and we can just set the by default also. So, and this is gonna very simple process. So now let's see how we can do it. First of all, I am just going to make a profile page. So just go to the resources, then view, and let's make a profile page like profile.blade.php, and just write some text here like welcome to, we don't need actually these curly braces for a moment, just simply write here welcome to profile or something, right? And now let's define some anchor tags also, like about, then you can just define here like contact, then let's make one more like list or something, right? So how we can just visually make it visible on the browser? We need to make a route. So just simply put here route, and just write here a view, and in the view let's provide a URL and our view name, right? And now we can access it. Now let's go for our website and just type here. Now you can see that there is a welcome to profile, and we have 3 links also, right? So now I just want to define the localization it in the 4 languages, right? So 4 is very time taking in that time, so we will define it in the 3 languages, right? So then you need to go in the lang folder, and here you will find so I'm just going to remove it because you don't find this hi folder. I just made it for my testing purpose. You will find here one folder which is en, that means English, and it have some 4 files. So we don't need file this time, so we will make a new profile with the name of profile.php. You can put any name of this profile.php. you can just use here like the user.php, xyz.php. It doesn't mean that you need to just define the profile.php for the profile.blade.php. They can be different names, right? Now I need to make the 3 more folders. One for the hi, that means Hindi. So right, I think I just made it file, my bad, right? So now let's define a folder, let's say hi, right? And now make a same name file, profile, oh my bad, dot php. The file which you just define in the en folder in the hi folder should be with the same name, like profile.php should be similar with the profile.php in the hi folder also. Let's make one more folder for the Korean, right? So my bad, just remove it and define it again like ko, right? And let's make a similar profile here, profile.php with the same name, right? And now let's define the language in the three files. First of all, I'm just going to define it in the English, right? So just go here and simply write here php tags, put here php, return as an array, and let's make a key which is welcome, and in the welcome key we will just put this text, right? So you can just copy it from here to here, and in the another key let's make for about, and the value will be the similar about in the English language. Then let's define the list, and the string will be the list, and the last one is you can use contact, right? And here you can just define here contact, right? So now let's just put this all languages here, that how we can, okay, so let's make it local for the old profile. First of all, let's copy it from here to here as well as here, right? So now how do I just write in the Hindi and the Korean, because I have only the English keyword? So I can just make it a Google Translate for a moment, English to Hindi and English to Korean, right? And I'm just going to put here like welcome to profile. So let's make it copy, then paste it here as well as paste it in the Hindi also, right? So let's copy this text from here to, let's copy from the here and just simply paste it there, right? And with this let's copy that Korean text also and put it here. Now let's just convert the about, and let's just convert it in the about again. Then let's just define a Korean here, then about list, copy it, paste it, contact, right? And guys, maybe you just think that localization simply means that it will automatically convert the one from one language to the another language, but this is not the actually happen. We need to define the string for each and every word actually, right? Or you can say that the each and every string. So right, so just define the about, and at the last let's make for the contact also, right? Sampark kare, then let's paste it. All right, now let's try to access it, because we did not made any change here, so that's why we are visible only these things. So I'm just going to remove the all this stuff. Now you will see everything is blank here, nothing to show. Now how you can define the languages here? So just use the double curly braces, double underscore, function brackets, and just write here profile, which is in a string, which is your file name, dot welcome, which is your key name, right? This is your profile file name and then welcome, right? And with the similar, just copy it from here to the all a tag also, and just simply write here list or about or contact, because in the profile page we have the all these keys, right? So still if you watch then this is working fine, and now this data is coming from the one file. So that's okay, we are able to just get the data from the profile.php from the language folder. But how can I get the Hindi and the Korean data also? For that you need to go, there is a two way to do it. One, you want to define on the dynamic page loading, or you just want to set the default language. For that, let's see first of all what we want to just make the default language. Just simply go in the config app.php and you will find there is a lots of configuration, and just simply put here local and just simply write here hi. And now when you just make it refresh, then you will find it in the Hindi. And now when you just make it ko and just do it refresh, then you will find this data in the Korean also, right? So this is the one way. And the second way, that let's say you just pass the data from with the like URL, like you just want to pass the data like here from Hindi and from the Korean, then how you can do it? So for that you have to go in the web.php and you have to use make your route in that way. We cannot use this way route right now. Just put here profile and we will load our profile view here, right? So now just first of all let's take up one more extra parameter and just put here name, any name like lang, and just pass this variable in a function. And now just use here app : set locale and just put here $lang. Now you will find this is in the, okay, so I just forgot to use the actually semicolon. It's seen in the Hindi, it's in Korean, and it's in English now, right? So if you just put here some anything blah blah things which is bumbo and jumbo, then you can just get the default language, right? So that's all about the localization. And where you need the localization, I think you got there when we have the multiple countries, when we are serving our website in the multiple countries. And where we cannot use our localization when we are making this website for specific reason or for the specific country where we just speak only one language, right? Yeah. Now it's time to the question. So my question is, so let's say in the many files we are actually defined here, so if any of them, if I just forget to put here any key, right? So let's say I just put here list from the one language, then what happened? So will it be give us error, or it will just handle the error automatically, or what will be actually happen? You can answer this question in the comment box. If you have any query, another query, ask me in the comment box. And please guys, every time you watch my videos, please check the description box, because in the description box maybe you find some other useful video, another useful playlist, or after some time I will going to make my Insta handle as well as my Twitter handle also, so you can just get my old links from there, from the description box, right? So when you watch my videos, don't forget to subscribe the channel, as well as don't forget to just check out my description box. Bye bye for a moment, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that how we can get the data from database table and show on the HTML page. So this is my database with the name of blog, my table name, members, and here you can see that there is around 8 records, and we will show these records on the Laravel HTML page. And this is my running HTML Laravel. So first of all we need to create a model, controller and view, and after that we will fetch the data from the database table, show on the HTML page, and at the last I will ask you a question about the model, and you can just attempt this intro question in comment box if you want. So now let's get started with the code. Alright, so first of all, as I told you, we need 3 files: view, controller and model. So now let's start and make a view file here. So let's say my view file name is list.blade.php, right? And I'm just going to write here h1 tag, and just we can write here members list or some other text, whatever we want, right? And let's make it clear it. And now first I'm just going to create controller. So write php artisan make controller and controller name, let's say my controller name is member controller. Hit it, controller is created. You can just check it out inside the app http controller and member controller. I'm just going to make a function here. Let's say my function name is show, and from here I'm just going to return view, right? So just put the view name, which is list here, right? And now let's go to the web.php in the routes folder so that we can just set up the route for controller. So just write here use app http controllers and controller name, which is member controller. If you want, you can just copy it from here, or you can just write it, but it should be the same name because we are importing that one controller. So just write here member controller and put it semicolon. Now let's make a route for it, route, and just put here get method. Route name you can put anything. I'm going to put here list, and in the second parameter there should be an array, and just put here member controller colon colon class, because this is the class, and in the second parameter let's put here function name show, right? Everything is fine. Now let's try to access list route, and we can see that we got the member list, which is coming from the list table, list blade page. So now we need to create a model. So what should our model name, right? So as you can see that our table name is members, then our model name should be member. Why? Because in the Laravel there is a mapping between database table and the model. Database table should always be plural and our model name should be singular. So yes, if this condition is not matched, we can put the table name manually, but if this condition is and mapping is matched, then we don't need to put here our table name inside the model. So just write here php artisan make model, and model name will be member, right? Because my table name is members. So just write hit here, and it will be created inside the models folder. Here you can see that. And if our table name and model name route mapping is not matched with like singular and plural, then we can put here table name also, right? And now let's just go for the .env file and let's check out the configuration. I already told you about the configuration in the previous video, but again I will tell you if by chance if you missed that. So our database name is the blog, and here you can see that it's blog. So in your case database name it might be different, then you can put your database name here. Then username and the password, and same case with the password. Maybe your password is a different, or maybe it's 99% there is a chance if you are not modified it will be blank, right? I modified my password and make it that, right? Again database configuration is done. You just need to just change these three properties if you want. And now let's import your model name in the controller. So just simply put here use app models and your model name, which is member. And now let's just return here. You can just comment this line for a moment and just put here member colon colon all. That means let's show the all data here. So now let's check it out what we get here. Now you can see that we got the all data here, and now let's just store this data in some variable like data or whatever you want. And in the view let's add a second parameter, and make a key and value pair. So just use here members key or whatever key that you want to use, $data. Now our data has been passed in the list.blade.php, and now just make a table here. In the table, let's use a tr, td, let's put here id, and some more like name, email, and address. Right, now let's make a copy of it, because to that tr I'm just going to making heading, and on second one I will going to make it dynamic. So what we are able to watch here now you can see that we got two records in table, static records in table, but this is not look like table. That's why I'm just going to add here property border 1, and now every column and the row have the border now. So now let's make it dynamic. For that, what we need to do, we need to use here @ for each $members. As you know, where this member is coming from this one, right? This members actually become here a variable as $member, and let's make it and for each, and here you can just put this table simply here, and now you can see that we got the dynamic data, but still text is dynamic table, but data is still static, right? So now let's just simply use here $member id. Now id will be dynamic, and let's put the name here like name, email, and at the last we can put here address. And now our all data is dynamic here. You can see that in the next video I will show you that if we have, let's say, lots of record like 100, 200, then how we can add the pagination here, right? So thanks for watching this video. Now it's time to interview question. So what property I need to use inside my model to connect with the different table name with the different model, right? If they are not mapped with the singular and plural way, then what property I need to put here? The answer of this question I already told you in the previous video. You can watch the previous video if you don't know, and if you just want to ask me in the comment box, then you can ask me in the comment. So bye bye for a moment, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the Laravel pagination. First of all, what is the pagination? So pagination simply means when we have the thousands of data and we want to show it in the chunks. For example, we have 1000 of the data, and on every page I want to show 100 data, because if I just want to show the all data on a single page, then this is not a proper readable format, and maybe our page will be take too much time to load, right? So that's why we need the pagination. So for that we need to make a model, controller, view, and after that we will fetch the data from the database, and we will show the data with the pagination. This is my database name blog, and my table name is members. Here you can see that we have just few records, 14, but we will make a small chunks of records so that we can use the pagination. Otherwise we need the thousands of data to make the pagination, and this is not possible because I need to add the manually entry for the data, right? And this is our running Laravel project. First of all, I am just going to make a view file. So just go to the view and just simply add here view list.blade.php, add a h1 tag like members list or something. Now let's simply create the controller. So just write here php artisan make controller, and controller name is, let's say, members controller. And hit the enter. So here you can find our controller name, and let's make a function inside it. And function name can be like show, so that we can just show the pagination, or you can put any name. Return view, and view name is list. Now let's just simply make a route for it, route for this controller. So just go for the routes web.php, import this path for the members controller. So just write here app http, then controllers, and our controller name is members controller, right? And now let's use the get method of the route class, and list, which is the URL for the our data, and let's use the array for the second parameter, and put the colon class, and in the second value of this array define the function name where we define here, right? And at the last, let's put the semicolon here as well as here. Now let's try to access it. This is working fine. Now I'm going to define my model name, and our model name should be member because our table name is members, and table name and model is a combination of plural and singular. So just write here php artisan make model, and our table name is members. So let's put the model name is member and hit that. This is also created. Here you can see it. If you want to define the manual table name because your table name and model name is not matched, then you can use here public $table and table name t name like this. But now our mapping is fine, so we don't need it. Now let's go here and import model. So just put here app models member, and now let's just store this data in the table in a variable like member : all, right? And let's pass in the second parameter in the array form. So just put here members. Oh, my bad. And the value of this key is data. Go to the list.blade.php, create a table here, and let's put a border 1 so that we can just see the lines with the table, and then add here tr, td, let's say id, and now let's make some more tds. First one for the id, second one for the name, third one for the email, and last one for the address. Everything is fine. Now we need to just add here a for each loop. So just use here iterate for each, and our key name is members. So just simply put here $members as $member, and now just use this table directly here. And at the last, let's close the for each with the end for each, and okay, so we need a heading also, so just put one more tr outside of it. Now you can see that what we are actually getting here, a table like this, because the table is dynamic but data is still static. So just simply put here double curly braces $member and just put here id, right? And second, third, and fourth for the name, email, it's email, right? And at the last put the address. And now let's see what we got here. We got an error, which is because this is the member, not member. And here it is. So now how we can apply the pagination here? Now you can see that all records are visible here. So let's go back to the controller and just make all and convert it with the paginate. And let's put the pagination value. So let's say I just want to show the 5 records per page. So here you can see that we have a 5 record on a single page. But how we can just access the other pages? For that, you just need to go on the bottom of your page and just simply write here in the double curly braces $member, because this members, this is the data we are fetching from the member controller. So just put here members and use here links. Let's see what we got achieved here. Again, my bad, because this is a function, right? So now this is fine, but there is a little bit unhandled CSS. So for a moment I'm just going to apply a little bit CSS here, so that we can just remove this unwanted class, because they are actually just not handled by the Laravel, or maybe some bugs and all, because we did not make anything custom here, right? So just put here display none, right? And now let's see, we are able to see this. So now let's go on the second page and third page, and we can just go on the every page. We are able to see the old data. Even with that case, we can just go to the next and previous, right? So that's the way that how we can use the pagination. So now my question is, can we modify this previous and next text, and we can just modify this complete pagination? Like I just want to show this next and previous below to the 1 2 3 and all. If this is possible, then how this is possible, you can ask me. You can just attempt this interview question in the comment box, and if you don't know, then you can ask me in the comment box. And bye bye for a moment. With God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that how we can save the data in database. So we will do it with the HTML form help. So first of all, we will make a HTML form in the view, then we will make controller and model, then we have to make the route for view and as for the controller. Then we will write the code for save data in the table, and at the last I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. Yes, I will show you a very important error when you just want to save the data in the database. Then might be you will face this error, and I will tell you that how you can resolve it. So you can say that this is a very straightforward tutorial to just save the data in the database. We will create everything from the scratch, right? So let's look out for the my database. This is my blog, my database, and my table name is members. I already have here 17 members, and we will add the 18, 19 and 20s, like more members here with the help of HTML form now, right? When you just want to connect with the database, first of all you need to check that you did the configuration or not for your project with the connecting the database. So you need to do the 3 changes. First of all, you need to add the database name. So in my case, database name is blog. Here you can see that. Then it's a username. In my case, my username is root, and my password is this. Might be in your case password can be blank, so keep in mind that. Don't try to just copy this one. So now first of all we have to create a form. So just go for the resources view, and let's create a new file, and let's write here add member.blade.php, and just simply write here HTML, or you don't need to write there HTML and all. So you can just simply put here like add members, so that you can just see a headline here. And after that, let's add a simple form, and my method will be the post. Then we have to take the CSRF token, so that it can validate that we are sending the request from the right site. Then just add here some input type like text. Name can be name. Why I am just taking the name as name? Because I have the 3 fields: name, email and address, and I will take the same name. You can take the different name also if you want, but I will prefer that it should be the same. Placeholder like enter name or something. Then br tag, let's take 2 br tags, so that we can just maintain some space between the fields. Password, okay, no, we don't need password. We have the email field, then we have the address field, and at the last just simply write here email and address. And now let's make a route for it, and let's go to the web.php. Just write here route, and just write here view method name, and add is my URL, and add members. It's a member or members? It's a member, so just write it, and at the last let's put the semicolon. Now let's try to access the add. Now you can see that we have the 3 fields, but we don't have a button, so let's make a button also, and just write here add member, class, or let's define the type, can be submit. Right now this form is ready to submit, but we also need the controller and model. So just write here php artisan make model, and let's create the controller first. And controller name can be like member controller. Right, and let's see where this is created. Inside the app http, and here it is. Right, let's define a function here, and let's say function name is add data or something, and just put it blank for a moment. And when we are accepting the data from the form, then we have to just put the parameter here with the request type. So just put here request, and just simply write here $request. Right, and now let's make a route for this one also. So just write here route post, and for the post we will add again add URL. We can have the 2 URL with the same name, but the method should be the different. Right, and now let's just put the path of this controller. So just use here use app http, then define the controllers, and let's put that name right here. Okay, right, and now let's just take second parameter as an array. Put your class name or controller name, and just put here class, and in the second parameter just add the function name which you defined in the controller, which is add data. So just write here add data. Right, so that's great. Now let's define this add route on the action of your form. This is also done now, and now let's make the model also. So just write here php artisan make model, and what should our model name? Our model name should be member, because our table name is members. And as I told you in the previous video also, that the database table name should be the plural and our model name should be the singular if you want to map them without defining the table name, right? And just put here member, hit then enter, and we got the this you can say the control model inside the models and member here, right? So now let's import this inside the controller. So just write here use app models and model name which is member, right? Now let's define the instance of it. Let's say member equal to new member, right? And now just write here member name will be come from the request and with the name field name name. So let's define the two more. One is the email address, and now the second one is the email, and put here address. Just define here address also, right? So these also defined, and at the last let's just use here $member arrow save. Now when you want to try to save it, then you will find a error here. So let me just save like Sam, email ID is sam@sam.com, and address will be, let's say, Gurgaon, right? And add it. Now you can see that we got an error with the column unknown column update. Why this is coming? Because Laravel expected that in every table of your database should have the two field. One is updated at, here you can see that updated at, and second one is the created at. But we don't have these tables, so should we create them? If you want to create them, then you can create. You don't need to just do some extra configuration. But if you don't want to define them because your table structure is already fine, then you can just do one thing. Let's go to the member and just define a public property $timestamp, right? And it will be false, right? So now let's try to save it. Right, I think I just made some mistake in this. Yep, I don't need to define another a here, actually I just got that. Now let's try to save it. Alright, so now you can see that we got the blank page, but data is stored here. So if you want to check it, you can just check it. I have some issue with the PHP admin, so ignore these warnings. And here you can see that sam@sam Gurgaon and the SAM entry has been done. So now let's just redirect it, return redirect on add, right? And now let's try to again enter some values. Let's say I just want to put here like Anil Sidhu, email address anil@test.com, and email address is Anil. Alright, this is the address, let's say Noida, and just save it. Now you can see that after just processing these data, this is automatically redirect on the add page back again, right? But if you want to check the data, then our entry has been done at the number of 19 with the Anil Sidhu name. So this is the way that how we can add the data. So now what is the question? So can we just save the data in the two table as we just saved in the data in a one table, right? So what is the best approach to save the data in two table with the one model? So you can comment this answer in the comment box if you want to do, otherwise that's okay. Thanks for watching this video. Please like this video and subscribe my channel, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that how we can save the data in database. So we will do it with the HTML form help. So first of all we will make a HTML form in the view, then we will make controller and model, then we have to make the route for view and as for the controller. Then we will write the code for save data in the table, and at the last I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. Yes, I will show you a very important error when you just want to save the data in the database. Then might be you will face this error, and I will tell you that how you can resolve it. So you can say that this is a very straightforward tutorial to just save the data in the database. We will create everything from the scratch, right? So let's look out for the my database. This is my blog, my database, and my table name is members. I already have here 17 members, and we will add the 18, 19 and 20s, like more members here with the help of HTML form now, right? When you just want to connect with the database, first of all you need to check that you did the configuration or not for your project with the connecting the database. So you need to do the 3 changes. First of all you need to add the database name. So in my case database name is blog, here you can see that. Then it's a username. In my case my username is root, and my password is this. Might be in your case password can be blank, so keep in mind that. Don't try to just copy this one. So now first of all we have to create a form. So just go for the resources view, and let's create a new file, and let's write here add member.blade.php, and just simply write here HTML, or you don't need to write there HTML and all. So you can just simply put here like add members, so that you can just see a headline here. And after that let's add a simple form, and my method will be the post. Then we have to take the CSRF token, so that it can validate that we are sending the request from the right site. Then just add here some input type like text. Name can be name. Why I am just taking the name as name? Because I have the 3 field, name, email and address, and I will take the same name. You can take the different name also if you want, but I will prefer that it should be the same. Placeholder like enter name or something. Then BR tag, let's take 2 BR tags, so that we can just maintain some space between the fields. Password, okay, no, we don't need password. We have the email field, then we have the address field, and at the last just simply write here email and address. And now let's make a route for it, and let's go to the web.php. Just write here route, and just write here view method name, and add is my URL, and add members. It's a member or members? It's a member, so just write it, and at the last let's put the semicolon. Now let's try to access the add. Now you can see that we have the 3 fields, but we don't have button, so let's make a button also, and just write here add member, class, or let's define the type, can be submit. Right now this form is ready to submit, but we also need the controller and model. So just write here php artisan make model, and let's create the controller first, and controller name can be like member controller, right? And let's see where this is created, inside the app HTTP, and here it is, right? Let's define a function here, and let's say function name is add data or something, and just put it blank for a moment. And when we are accepting the data from the form, then we have to just put the parameter here with the request type. So just put here request, and just simply write here $request, right? And now let's make a route for this one also. So just write here route post, and for the post we will add URL. We can have the two URL with the same name, but the method should be the different, right? And now let's just put the path of this controller. So just use app HTTP, then define the controllers, and let's put that name right here, right? And now let's just take second parameter as an array, put your class name or controller name, and just put here class, and in the second parameter just add the function name which you defined in the controller, which is add data. So just write here add data, right? So that's great. Now let's define this add route on the action of your form. This is also done now, and now let's make the model also. So just write here PHP artisan make model, and what should our model name? Our model name should be member, because our table name is members. And as I told you in the previous video also, that the database table name should be the plural and our model name should be the singular if you want to map them without defining the table name, right? And just put here member, then enter, and we got this you can say the control model inside the models and member here, right? So now let's import this inside the controller. So just write here use app models and model name which is member, right? Now let's define the instance of it. Let's say member equal to new member, right? And now just write here member name will be come from the request, and with the name field name. So let's define the two more. One is the email address, and now the second one is the email, and put here address. Just define here address also, right? So these also defined, and at the last let's just use here $member arrow save. Now when you want to try to save it, then you will find a error here. So let me just save like Sam, email ID is sam@sam.com, and address will be, let's say, Gurgaon, right? And add it. Now you can see that we got an error with the column unknown column update. Why this is coming? Because Laravel expected that in every table of your database should have the two field. One is updated at, here you can see that updated at, and second one is the created at. But we don't have these tables, so should we create them? if you want to create them, then you can create. You don't need to just do some extra configuration. But if you don't want to define them because your table structure is already fine, then you can just do one thing. Let's go to the member and just define a public property $timestamp, right, and it will be false, right? So now let's try to save it. Right, I think I just made some mistake in this. Yep, I don't need to define another a here, actually I just got that. Now let's try to save it. Alright, so now you can see that we got the blank page, but data is stored here. So if you want to check it, you can just check it. I have some issue with the PHP admin, so ignore these warnings. And here you can see that Sam Gurgaon and the Sam entry has been done. So now let's just redirect it, return, redirect on add, right? And now let's try to again enter some values. Let's say I just want to put here like Anil Sidhu, email address anil@test.com, and email address is Anil. Alright, this is the address, let's say Noida, and just save it. Now you can see that after just processing this data, this is automatically redirect on the add page back again, right? But if you want to check the data, then our entry has been done at the number of 19 with the Anil Sidhu name. So this is the way that how we can add the data. So now what is the question? So can we just save the data in the two table as we just saved the data in a one table, right? So what is the best approach to save the data in two table with the one model? So you can comment this answer in the comment box if you want to do. Otherwise that's okay. Thanks for watching this video. Please like this video and subscribe my channel, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that how we can delete the data from database table. So first of all, I'm just going to show you that what we are going to achieve in this video, right? So we will just get the list of the all records from this members table on our HTML table, right? And after that I will just define a delete link respectively every record, and on the click of this delete button we are going to delete this record from the database, right? So I will just erase this code and we will do it from the scratch. So now these are the points of the video. We have to make a model and controller, then we will just plot a list with the delete button as I just show you here. Then we will make a route and delete the data from the table, and at the last I will ask you the two questions which is very important for the interviews, and you can attempt these questions in the comment section also. Now let's get started. First of all, let's make a controller. Just write PHP @make controller and controller name. So let's say my controller name is member controller. Hit enter, and here we go. So this is my controller name, and I'm just going to make a function with the name list, right? Because first of all we need to plot the list, then we will make a delete function for delete it, right? Now let's make a route for it, and just go to the web.php, import this file, use app http controllers, and controller name which is member controller, right? Now let's make a route for it, route, and our route name can be list, and here our this the function name is get, and the route name will be list, right? and in the second parameter we will use the array to define the class. Member controller colon class, and in the second item of this array we will use the function name as in string, which is list, right? Here we define the list function. So now let's make a view with the name of list or anything, whatever you want, .php. Just take a h1 tag and just write here members list or something, and now let's just return this view from our controller. So just put here view name. Now let's try to access it. Now you can see that we are able to access the member list, but we don't have any data. For that, let's make a model php artisan make model, and our model name should be member because our table name is members, and table name is always be plural and model name is always be singular if you want to make a correct mapping with the Laravel model to the database table. So just use here model member, hit the enter. This is also created. Now go, if you want to check it, you can check it inside the models and here. And now let's import it also inside the controller. So use app models member, right? Now just take it inside the variable, which is member colon all, which will be just fetch the all record. And in the view, let's define the second parameter as an array, and the key will be like members, and the value of this key will be the data, right? Now let's go for the blade and just define a table here, and you can make a table border if you want 1 pixel, then tr td for the id, and let's define 3 more, actually 4 for the name. My bad. Then email, address, and at the last operation. Right, so now let's make copy of it, and just define a for each loop here, for each, and we have to use here members because we pass the members key here in the list view, right? And the for each is ended also here. Now let's try to see what we are actually getting here. Now you can see that we got the complete table, but the data is not dynamic actually. So just simply put here item id, right? And let's just make it copy and paste again, 3, 4 and 5, and let's define the name and email address and address, and at the last here you can see that everything is dynamic. Not, let me check, because we have to use here dollar. Now yes, so let's define a link here, and for the link what we can do, we can define a tag, and we don't need a quotes here, just simply use here id like this, and here just define delete. We will make this route. For a moment we don't have it, but that's okay, we can make it, and just write here delete like this. So now we have a link here. Okay, so still again we got an error because we just forgot to put here dot, Now fine. So now if we are trying to access it, now you can see that our ID is passing in the URL with the delete route. So that we need to make a delete route. Just copy the previous one and make the another one, and just put here delete, and we will make a delete function again in the controller. So let's make a delete function. We don't need to copy the previous one because this is not gonna use too much. So just simply use here dollar data is member colon find, and in the find we can pass the ID, right, which is we just get from the here, right. So for that we need to just pass the dynamic ID from here also. So just simply pass the ID like this. Now just put here dollar ID and just use dollar data delete like this, and now just return redirect, and just simply put here list route. Now after just deleting the record, it will automatically redirect to the list page, right. So just go back here, let's check out the old records. We have the 16 records, so I'm just gonna delete the last one. Here you can see that on the okay, so just make me refresh it, right. We have the 16 record with the last name is Anil, right. So I'm gonna delete it. So now you can see that we got the 15 result, and let's make it refresh, and we have the 15 records now, right. So everything is working fine. With that way you can delete the records. Now by time to interview questions, I will ask you the 2 interview questions as I told you. First one is, whenever we are actually deleting this, so we just refresh this page, but user don't notify that the record is deleted or not, then how you can just show a some message or some tooltip that the user has been deleted, like whenever I'm just going to delete it and it just need to show that this user has been deleted, how you can just achieve it. And the second thing, how we can delete the more than one record at a single time, right. So these are the 2 questions. You can attempt them on the comment section if you want. So stay tuned, subscribe channel, and please don't forget to subscribe my please don't forget to like my video also. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that how we can update a record from the database. In the previous video we just get the list here, on the button click we are able to delete the record. So let's say I just want to delete the 11th record, then I can just click here and my 11th record is deleted from here, right. So now I will make a edit button here, and on this edit click I will open a form, and in this open form we can update the value, and then we can just check it out with the database, right. So now let's start with it. First of all, I'm going to make an edit button and open a form here so that we can update the value. Then we will write the code for updated also, update in a controller function. So now just go to the resources, view, and list.blade.php, and here make one more anchor tag link for edit, right. So just put here edit, and I will make a edit route again, so that just make it the edit route here. So now you can see that we got a edit route, but if I'm just going to click on it, now you can see that the ID is correct here, but we are not able to just open this page because we don't have the route for it. So now let's create a route for it. Go to the routes, web.php, and let's copy the previous one route and just change it with the edit, right. And my function name will be like show data or something, whatever you want. And now just go to the controller app, and controller and member controllers. And guys, if you did not watch our previous video and want to learn that why we just make the member controller and delete this functionality and all, then you can check our previous video, link is given in the description box, right. So now let's make a function here with the name of show data, because we defined this function in a router also. Here you can see that with the show data, this string and this function name should be the similar. Now let's just simply return, just simply write here member, which is our model name, and just put here find and just pass the ID, and we will get this ID from here, right? Which will be just passed through the like this. So now let's just get this ID with then parameter like this, right? Put the semicolon, and now let's check it out, the result. Here you can see that we are able to get the all details of the Doctor Strange, and if you just want to match them, then you can match from here, right? So let's look out some other detail, like I just want to get the detail for the Batman. So these are the Batman details, right? All right. So now let's just show this field in a form. For that I need to make another view. So let's just write here edit dot blade dot php, right? And just take h1 tag right here, update member, make a form. All right, let's take it in the next one, and I will define the action just after a moment, but we can define the method post, and let's take 3 input fields here. So let's define input, oh my god, my bad, input, and we can just make the name like name, because we have 3 field with the name in the database, name, email address, and the last one is address, right? You can just cross check here, we have the 3 fields, right? All right, after that we can just make a button here, and just put here some text like update, and let's define a type which is submit, right? So now let's just pass this view from this show data, right? So let's take it in a variable, and just return here a view. And in this view just put here edit, so that we are able to get the edit view here, and key and value for passing the data, right? Just close it. Now on that one we are able to see the form here, but there is no value for a moment. So now let's just get this value here. So just define a value, and in this value we can just simply use $data name. So what we got here, Batman, right? So with the other time, for the other field also we can just use a similar way, and let's define the email and address. Now what we get here, we got the all 3 details here, right? So now on the update click, I just want to send it to the another route. So I just need to make another route like edit, right? Go to the web.php to make a new route. We don't need this ID when we are using the post request, right? And just make a function name like update or something, and just define this function inside the controller. So just update, and now in this parameter we will just pass the data of request type from the form to this function, right? And now let's just check out that what we are actually getting here, request and input, right? One more thing, when we are just passing the data, we need to define a CSRF token with the post method, right? Yep. And we also need to define a hidden field, because we just want to pass the ID also, and just put here hidden, name will be ID, and value will be data, $data, and just pass your ID, right, like this. So now let's check it out. Do we get these two hidden field or not? So we have a hidden field, ID, and the token also, right? So now let's try to submit it. So we get this data here. That's working fine, great. So now let's try to update the code. So just remove it for a moment and just simply write here data member : find, and just pass here $request ID, right? And now just simply put here $data name. We will get this name from the $request name. Let's make copy of it for email address as well as for the address. Right, and now just simply write here $data save, right, and after that we can just redirect it on a list page. Like this. Yeah, now when we are just submitting this form, we will get error like which is MySQL error, and it will just show us that unknown updated at column name, right? So now let's try it, right? So just submit it from the scratch. So just submit here, and now let's try to edit the last one and just put here test.com, right? Try to submit it. Now you can see that we got that unknown column members.updated. Why this is coming? But because when we are just updating any record, then it will just think that we need one more column here with the name of update add, because it just want to update the updated date for our record, but we don't have. Then how we can just handle it? There is a two way. You can just create an update at field if you want. Otherwise you can just go to the member and just simply put here public $timestamps false, right? And now let's try again. Now you can see that this is updated. Here you can just see the result. So let's say I just want to update the white man, and just write here Mr. White, and he is now living in UK, let's say, and just update it. Now you can see that the information of Mr. White is also updated. If you want to check in the database, then this is still fine. The information has been updated, right? So this is a way that how we can update the details. If you still have any kind of confusion, ask me in the comment box. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the query builder in Laravel. So see, you can use the two way to connect the Laravel with the database. One, you can use the models, which we also call the eloquent, and second one, you can use the query builder, right? In the query builder, we don't need to create any model and all. We will just import the database class and use some functions to perform the operations, like get the data with the table name, where condition, find, count, insert, delete, update, everything. And at the last, I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this question in the comment section also. Now let's start with this video, right? This is my database. Here you can see that my database name is blog and my table name is the members. And when you just start with working with the database, you must need to check your configuration. Is your configuration is done or not? So if you did not done the configuration about the Laravel database, DB username and DB password, then you need to put them. In my case, as I already told you, my database name is blog. As I put here blog, root is my username, and this is my password. You can put your configuration according to your PC and MySQL, right? Now I need to create a controller. So just write a PHP artisan make controller and controller name. Let's say my controller name is members basically, because our controller name should be plural, it will be good, because basically this is in class, right? So this is here. I'm just going to define a function, and my function name is like db operations or something. You can use the capital O also if you want, and just simply return something for a moment, and then we will just write some code after putting the route and all. Code will be here, right? That's enough for a moment. Now let's just jump on the routes web.php, import that one. Just right here, use app http and then controllers, and then just simply use the members, which is our controller name actually, right? So just define a route for it, get route, and we can put any route name like list for a moment, and just put here controller name class, and in the second parameter we will just put our function name as a string, right? Put the semicolon, and now let's try to access the list URL. Code will be here. This is fine. So now let's jump here and start with the code. First of all, we need to import the database class. So just simply put here use illuminate support, then facades and db class name, right? Now start with your first code. First of all, I just want to fetch the old data from this table, right? So this is the easiest operation. You can say that db table is a function of the db class, and put here table name, which is members, right? And now let's try to access it, right? So yep, we have to use the get function here, and now you can see that we got the old data here, right? So if you just want to plot it on the view, then we can also do it, but very quickly. So just go for the sources view, and let's create a view like blade list dot blade.php, and just access it. Let's take it in the variable with the name of data. Now let's return the view, and in this view we will pass the view name, and in the second parameter we will use an array with the data key, and value will be the $data variable, right? That's great. Now let's go to this one and just create a table. With the table, let's define a border is 1. You can also use the list and all, but I'm not going to deep in the designing part of that video, because this is about that query builder, not about the design, right? So just take here tr td, and now here we can just simply use here the for each, and with the for each we pass the $data in this data key. So we will use the data as item we can use, and here you can just simply put here double curly braces $item id, right? And with the similar way, let's create 3 more, like name and email and all, right? And now you can see that we are get all the data in the table, right? So so just remove it from the moment, because this is not a part of our current concept, right, or current topic. So this is all about this we fetch, right? Now let's how we can use the where condition. For that where condition, you need to just use a where function, and here you can put the id. Let's say you just want to access the data which have the id number 4, right? So you can get it like this. So even you can put here any condition like address, and the address you want to fetch that who have the address is like USA, right? And we got the two result, 6 and 10. Here you can see that 6 is address is USA and 10th also. Now let's see that how we can just use the find function, which is very useful. So just use here find, and you can put any id, like you just want to get the data from the 6 id, but when you just directly trying to use it, it will give to the error to you, right? See what error it is telling that, because it is just telling that object given and type of string and null, you cannot use that, right? So just to directly convert it in the array like this, and now let's try. Now this is working fine, right? And after that you can also just use the count function, which just tell you the counts of the total record. So here you can see that 11, you can just count all the records are with the 11, right? The two IDs missing from here, right? 11 and 1. Now how we can use the insert, update and delete. I'm not going to make a HTML form for that, because if I'm going to define HTML form and then I will update and delete and insert, then it will take too much time. So that I'm just going to directly put here string. If you want to just see them with an HTML form, the link is given in the playlist. You can check it from the description box. Now just remove it from here, and let's use the insert function, right? When we're using the insert function, it will take an array and the field name, let's say name can be Anil, then email can be like anil@test.com. then we can simply use like address, right? And now let's put here, let's say USA or something, right? And now let's try what we got here. Okay, we got one result, one, that means the data has been inserted. Now you can check here. Guys, sorry about these warnings, these are not related to the Laravels, right? So we got the ID of the 22 and name and all, everything is saved here, right? So how we can update it? So update is also very similar, but you need to just make your where condition like where, and you want to update the ID with the 22, like 22 and sorry, ID 22, right? And that's all. And here where you have to use the update function, update, and you want to, let's say, update the address from USA to India. And now let's execute it again. The result is 1, that means the database has been updated. So here you can see that this is also updated. Now last one is how we can just delete it, so that you can just need the delete function to execute with the where condition. And just see, we got a 1, that means this operation is again executed, and now we again have a 13 result, and result has been deleted. So this is the way that how we can use the query builder. Yes, in the next video we will learn about the aggregators, so like how we can use the max, min and average, these kind of things with the query builder, right? Yes, one more thing, now this is the time to enter question, how we can just check that if some ID, let's say I just want to check that the if 11th ID, I want to update the 11th ID, and if this not exist in my database, then it should be inserted. So how you can perform update or insert operation in the with the query builder. So you can comment it out, the answer of this video, this question, if you want. If you don't want, that's okay, but please read about it if you don't know about the answer, right? So bye bye for a moment, and God bless you all. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the aggregate queries, which is very important for your project performance as well as for interviews also. So I will tell you why this is important for project performance as well as on the interviews. But first question is, what is the aggregate queries? So these are the database functions which provide the mathematical calculations on our database, right? For example, you just want to get the sum of this ID column, or you want to get the sum of any price column and something like any mathematical value calculation, right? That time what you need to do, you can just put one these aggregator functions like sum, or you can just use the max, min and the average, and you can just get the calculation easily, right? But what if you just want to do it the manually? So for example, you have, let's say, hundreds of record, then you want to get the sum of these, then you just get the old data, then you need to apply the for loop, and you want to get this data in a one variable, so which is a very expensive operation, and if we have the more records, then it will take long time also, right? So that's why these functions, or you can say that the aggregators will optimize your performance. So how it's actually working, let's see with the example. First of all, we need a controller, so just write here php artisan make controller, and controller name can be member controller, and hit it. Member controller is created. Now let's just go on here, right? So I just misspell it, so we can just rename it like this, right? So you get to know that one more thing, that how we can rename this. You can just change the class name as well as your file name. So now let's make a function, and just you can performance like ops operations, we can just write here like this, right? And now just return here for a moment, like code will be here or something, right? And now just go to the web.php file inside the routes and just import this controller. So just use app http controllers, then member controller. Why I put this name member controller? Because we are just going to operate the performance on member table. Now let's make a route for it, and it will be the get route, and you can just put the any name to the route, and in a second parameter, let's take an array, put here member controller name, then it will be a class type, and in the second parameter, let's put your function name as a string, right? So this is basically operations. Put a semicolon at the end. Now let's try to access the list URL, right? This is working fine. So now we need to import the database class. So just use here use illuminate http support, then we need to just write facade, then db class, right? And this db class is responsible to get the data from the database and perform the all operations. So first of all, let's use a db table, and our table name will be members actually, and just put here get, and let's check this is working fine or not. After that, we will apply the all aggregate functions. This is working fine. So now I just want to, because I don't have any price and all in this table, so I just want to get the average of this ID. So just simply put here avg, and we need to put here the column name, which is ID, and now you can get it with a single function, which is 7 point something, right? The similar way you can use the sum here, right? And you can also just get the count if you want, and it will provide you the count of the total records. like 11, and you can also use the max with any column name. So this is a 13 max, and you can also use the min. And here it is the, okay, so I just I need to use here id, right, because min don't have any column. So we got that. So can we apply these min and max on the string value also? Yes, you can apply. Let's say if you put the name, then it will just provide the first, or you can say that the starting letter of the alphabetical order. Then you can just put here max also if you want. So that's all for now. Now my question is how we can just get the min and max two values with the one function. Is it possible or not? You can tell me in the comment box if you want to attempt this question. If you don't want, then that's okay, but you can still read about it from the internet if you don't know the answer. So thanks for watching this video. God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the joins. So we will see what is a join as a theoretical part, then we will make a controller, import some db files, then we will just play with the join, and as well as I will tell you that how you can use the where condition with the join also. And at the last I will ask you a question which is might be very important for your interview as well as your knowledge. If you want to attempt this question in a comment box, then you can attempt. So now the question is, what is the join? So just fetching the data from two tables which is interrelated, right, is basically a join. So for example, I just want to show you, I have an employee table and another one I have the company table. In the both table we have a one common thing which is employee ID. So this is the employee's ID because it's directly inside the employees, and company table also have a column with the name of employee ID, right? So now I just want to check that Peter actually working in which company, so that I can just use a join, and on the behalf of employee ID, because this is present in the both table, I can just get the detail of the company also, right? So that's why we can say that the joins are used for getting the data from the two tables when we have the interrelated values. Yes, we can also use the joins on the 3 table and 4 table and much more when we have the interrelated data in every table. So now let's see with the code that how we can achieve it. First of all, I'm just going to make a controller so that I can just write a code here. So just write here php artisan make controller and controller name, which is employee controller. Hit the enter. So here we go, we have the controller in the app, and we'll just close it and open it again, http controllers, and here. So I'm just going to make a function here. So let's say my function name is show or something, list, whatever you want, and let's return here something for a moment like hello from joins and all, right? Now let's go to the routes in a web.php and make a route for it. So just put here route, and here we can just simply use a get method and just show something your URL name, and now let's import your this controller on the web.php. So you simply use here use illuminate. Sorry, we don't need illuminate here, just use app because we just need to go for this path which is app and all, and then http, then we can just go to the controllers, and here our file name which is employee controller. So just simply put here employee controller. That's it. Now as in second parameter, let's took an array and just put here employee controller colon colon class, and in the second key of it let's put a show, which is our function name. You can see that here, right? And at the last we need a semicolon, and let's remove a 1 comma from here also. Now that's great. Now let's try to access the show. URL, so just simply use here, oh my bad, it's a show, right? So we got the hello from the join. Now let's import the DB file here, so just simply put here use illuminate, or even some people just call it illuminate, right? Then just write as support, then just simply put here facade, then DB class. So now let's access it, our DB. First of all, let's put here DB colon, which is a table, and let's put a table name which is employees, employee, not employees. Let me make it correct spell. And let's use the get function so that we can get the old data for a moment. Then we will apply the joins also. So this is working fine. We got the two data with the name of Peter and Bruce, and you can see that the both of data is here, right? So now let's apply the join. For that, you can just remove this get function for a moment and just simply write here join. And in the join, we have a 4 parameter. First parameter is on which table we want to apply the join. So I just want to apply the join on the company table. Then on which columns we want to apply on it, right? So we can just put here employee dot id equal to company dot employee id underscore id, right? And let's convert this equal to within quotes, right? Like this. And at the last, you can just put here colons. Okay, so we need to just get method again, so you can also just take it in the next line like this. Now let's try to get the data. So now you can see that we got the data from the both table, like ID, we got the name and employee ID from the another table also, right? And this is for the second record. So if you just want to get from the data from any specific table, then you can use the select, right? So now you can just get the data from, let's say, employee dot star, right? And you will get the old data from the employee table. And if you just want to get the data from the company, then you can use the company dot star, and you will get the old data from the company also, right? So this is the way that how you can use the join. And if you just want to use some where condition, then you can also do it like where employee employee dot id is let's say 1, and okay, right, so I don't need to put here equal to, just that is enough here. Now you can see that we got the details of the employee 1 id, right? You can see that on employee 1 id we have Peter @test, and here you can see that the id and employee id and all, and these details are here, right? And you can also just apply it on the another table also, like company dot name, let's say, so let's say we have a company dot name like Google, right? And now let's try to access the things, right? So we got the detail from the company table also, right? So this is the way that how we can just simply get the detail from two table. If you still have any kind of confusion, you can ask me in the comment box. Now the time of interview question. So I hope just you know about the left join and right join, and just tell me that how you can use the left, right and inner join in the Laravel also. So That's all for a moment, and don't forget to subscribe my channel, and if you have any question, you can ask me in the comment box also. So bye for a moment, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the migration. Watch this video very carefully because migration is the most asked topic in the interviews also, right? So what we are going to learn in this video: what is the migration, how we can make the table with it, how we can add the fields with it, and how we can just migrate this table to the database. And at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. So now question is, what is the migration? With the migration you can generate your database table dynamically with the Laravel code. You don't need to make your database table manually, like you are just creating the user table and then you are entering the some fields in it like name and email address and address, right? You don't need to write this. You just need to create your migration of the every table, and it will just create the database table automatically, right? I will show you that how it can actually work. Now what is the benefit of it? This is the most asked question in, you can say that, the respective of the migration. So let's suppose 10 developers are working on your project, and they are also working on the database because they are just making the new tables and adding some fields according to the database structure, right? But how you will just going to manage, because user A is your developer 1 or developer A actually just make the 2 tables, and developer B just make the 3 tables, and developer C just made some changes on the both of these tables, like some fields and some data and all, right? That how you will manage these things. So which is very hard to manage because everyone using the separate database when they are just working on the standalone PC, right? Though migration is a way that you can just make your version controlling system of your database, right? So now let's see how we can work with it. So now let's say we have a situation that we want to create a table with the name of test. Then now we have the two ways. I can just go manually here and create a table, but this is not a feasible solution because now how other developers will get this table, right? For that you can just create a migration. So just come here on the command line and just write here php artisan make migration and your table name. So when you are just creating your table, then you just need to start your table name with the create, and then table name, and then table like the table name like test, and then table, and just hit the enter. When you hit it, then you will just created a new migration, and you can find it inside the database and migrations, and here, right? Now you can see that there is already some code is written and some migrations are already done here. These migrations are by default come with the Laravel project, so we don't need to care about these for a moment. So here you will find the two functions, up and down. Downs we will run when we just want to delete this table from the database, and up we run when we just want to create a new table in the database. Now with this table you can see that we have the two field, the ID and the timestamp. So let's say we just want to add some more field like $table. Then I just want to name I want to add the name field. Then name is basically varchar, and for the varchar we use here string, right? Then let's say you just want to add the address and something, right? You can add, there's a lots of kind of things like ID string, or you can use the number values, date and time, whatever you want, right? So now let's we just want to only 4 columns in our tables: ID, name, address and timestamp, right? So basically it will create the 5 columns. Timestamp actually create the 2 columns, update at and create at, and 3 are the different one, right? So we will able to see the 5 fields in our database table, and our database table name will be the test, as you can see here, right? Now how we can just migrate this table to the database. First of all, I'm just going to show you my database here. I only have one field for a moment. Just ignore this warning, which is the members. So whenever I will just add these field 1 2 3 4 these fields and one migration table, 5 more tables will be just added in this our database. How? So now let's see. and I will explain you that why one extra table is created, right? So just write here php artisan migrate, hit enter, and now you can see that 4 tables are migrated. But when you refresh, you will find there now we have the 6th table. One is the members, which is the previous one, and this one is the failed job. Then we have a password reset test that we created, and the user, and the another one is migration, which is not actually present, but migration table is just made by the Laravel itself to keep the record of the every table. So here it have the 4 tables, so that Laravel have to know that how many tables I created by the migration, right? So this is a simple way. Keep in mind that in the Laravel migration, we are actually just save the structure of the tables, right? So here you can see that we just got the table structure, and here you can see that we have the just go to the structure, ID, name, address, created and updated at. These 2 fields are created by the timestamp, and these 2 fields we define them manually, and this is the ID field, right? So migration basically define the table structure, not the table data. For the table data, we will make the seeding in the upcoming videos. So that's all about the migration. Now it's a time of interview question. How I can just reverse this migration? So now I just after migration I find that I migrated something wrong. Then how can I just you can say that roll back these tables, right? So I will tell you the answer of this question in the next video. I will just make one more video on the migration, so that you just get to know that how we can just migrate the only one table, how we can just roll back the migration and all, right? So that's all about the migrations basic, and in the next video I will tell you about advanced things in the migration. So bye bye for a moment, and please support me by subscribing my channel and like this video. Bye bye guys, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about some important commands of the Laravel migration. So what we are going to learn in this video, we will see how we can just reset the migration, and how we can roll back it, what is the rollback steps, what is the refresh in migration, how we can just migrate a single one file, and at the last I will ask you again interview question. You can attempt this question in the comment box. So now let's get started with this video. So what is the basic migration, and what is the basic use of it? I already told you in the previous video. Link is given in the description box if you want to watch that video. In this video we will just learn about some important commands, which is very important when you are work with the database, as well as very important for your interviews also, right? Now let's look out on the database. Blog is my database name, and I already have a table name which is I just created them manually, and this is not created with the migration, right? So now these are the commands which we are going to use. These commands I will just type these commands. I'm not going to copy from here, but these commands also provided in the description box if you want to just use them directly. Now my .env file, my database connection is already done in the env file. If you want to check here, you can see here, right? So if you did not done your you can say that database configuration, then migration is not gonna work. First of all, you need to just set the database name, your username and password, so that Laravel can configure with the database. Now first of all, I just want to tell you what is the reset. So reset simply means that let's say you migrate the 10 file from Laravel to database, and now you just want to erase them from the database, right? Then we can use the reset migration. But for that I need to just run some command for migration. So just put here php artisan, because I need some tables. So I'm just going to migrate first of all, then we will use the reset also, reset migration. So use php artisan migrate. What this command will do, it will just migrate the tables which is just present inside the migrations folder. So we have 3 tables here. So when we just run it, we will just get 5 table inside the database. Here you can see that how we get the 5 table. One is already present that we just made by the manually. Second one is migrations, which is used by the Laravel internal purpose, and three more tables which is mentioned in this table. Here are the failed job, password reset, and user, right? So now how we can just reset it? We can just write here php artisan migrate :reset, and now you can see that your database is going rollbacking here, and you will just find there we have only two tables. One is migration, which is again blank, here you can see that, and the another one is members, which we create the manually. So migration never impact the manually created table also. Now what we want, so just clear it out. We just want to see that what is the rollback. So let's say you just run your migration 10 times, right? So now you just want to remove your last migrated data. That how you can remove, so that in that case you can just use the rollback and it will just simply erase your last committed last migrated data. So now let's again migrate some data, right? So that we can just check it out. We created the three table here you can see that, right? But we just run it once. So if we just gonna run the rollback, then it will just erase the three table, because this is the last time we just migrate the three table. So if we run migration again, then we will check that then we will just run the rollback, then it will be just erase the last migrated table only, right? How we can do that? First of all, we need to create one more table, so that I can show you that how actually one more migration we can done and remove the last migration also. So just simply put here php artisan make migration, then just put your migration table name. So let's say which is create test 5. Just you don't need, you can just put any number, or you can just leave it blank table, right? And now we created the one more migration table for the migration. Now let's migrate it again. Now we just run the migration 2 times, right? So if I am just going to put here reset, then it will erase the old data. But if I just put here php artisan migrate rollback, then it will just erase the test table only, because this is the last one migrated data. Migrate :rollback, and now you can see that this is again rollback here. So you will just find here old data is present, but test table is erased from here. Now what is the use of rollback step? So let's say you just run the 10 migration and you just want to remove the last 3. Then how you can remove? Then you can just put the steps with the rollback, and it will just erase the selected steps, right? Say let's say you just put the step 3, then it will remove the last 3 migrations. So now let's do some migrations again. Like first of all, let's migrate it to table 2, and let's migrate it. Now create the 3, and again run migrate, because I just want to show you that let's say we have just run the migration couple of times, then we will remove the steps, like we just want to remove the last 3 migration or last 4 migration kind of thing. Like now that's great, then migrated, and now I'm just going to make it again migration 7, right? Sometime I migrate the 2 table in a single time, and sometime I just did the 1 table. So now I have the lots of table here you can see that. But now I'm just going to clear everything and want to put here php artisan migrate :rollback, and I just want to put here -tap 3. Now it will just remove the last 3 migrations. So here you can see that last 3 migrations has been removed from here. If you want to check that, now you can see that, right? So this is the way that how you can just remove the last some migrations. So now let's new thing is what is the refresh. So refresh what we'll do. So let's say you just change the structure of some tables, like I just want to show here. So let's say in that table you just add some ID and some more field, and in that table also again you just remove some structure configuration and you just made the lots of changes. Then that time you can do that, just refresh it, it will just erase the previous data and just enter the new migration, right? So just try to run it, php artisan migrate refresh, hit it. Now first of all it will remove the old rollback data, then it will migrate it again the old data, right? So now you can see that. Great. So now how you can just migrate only single one table. Let's say you just want, I just want to migrate this table test table 6. That how can I migrate? For that you need the copy of this path of this table, and first of all let's remove all the migration so that we can just get the change easily, right? So just clear it out, and now just run php artisan migrate reset. Now when we run it, then what you will find that the old data is actually erased here from this table rather than two tables. I told you about these two tables, why these are not removed from here in the starting of this video. Now I just want to migrate only single specific table. For that just write here php artisan migrate path equal to, and now put the path of your table database, then just simply put here migrations, which is folder name, and then put your table path, right, like this. And now just try to hit. Now you can see that only one table is migrated here, right? So that's all for a moment. Now it's time to the question how we can just migrate the two table also. I already told you that how we can migrate the old tables with the php artisan migrate, and how you can just migrate the one table with the php artisan and path. But how you can migrate the two tables at the same time, right? So you can answer this question in a comment box. So thanks for watching this video, and in the next video we will learn about the seeding. So bye bye, stay tuned, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the seeding in Laravel. So first question is what is the seeding in Laravel, then we will generate a seeder file, then we will add some data to this seeder file, then we will run this seeding for the database, and at the last I will ask you an intro question. So what is basically seeding? So seeding simply means just adding some dummy data to the database through the Laravel command line, right? So why we are using the Laravel command line, why we are not directly adding some dummy data? Because first thing is this is very time consuming, and if 10 or 12 guys are working on a single project, then all guys need to just add some data, dummy data on the table, and this is not a good practice. What one developer can do, one developer can just simply add some seeding files, and then he can just distribute these old file to the every developer, and every developer will run a one command line on PC, and the every guy have the same database now, right? So now let's see how we can just add some dummy data through the Laravel in the database. So first of all, what you need to do, so let me just delete my previous file first of all, which is not required for a moment. I will just make it again, right? So I have a table name with the members, so I just want to add some dummy data in this table through the Laravel seeder. So how can I do it? First of all, I need a seeder file. So just write here php artisan make seeder and your seeder file name. So let's say my seeder file name can be a members seeder or members collection, whatever I want to put. But if I just put a member seeder, that will help you to understand what this file will actually do, right? So I will just going to put here members seeder, right, and enter it. Now you can see that we got a file inside the seeder, and here it is. For a moment you will just get this blank file. So now you have to decide that what you want to do with this file. So we want to just add some dummy data. So then first of all we need to import the db file. So just right here, use illuminate, then just simply put support. I think I just misspell it, yeah, right. Then just write me again, right. So illuminate, then I can just put here support, then just put facade, and then just put here db, right. And with that we need one more file which is for the string. So let's copy it and just simply paste it, and in the support let's import the str. Now I just want to add some data on a members file. So just simply put here db colon table name is members, just put here insert, and insert function actually just get the array, and just put here name is basically a one field, right. Then we can just add some dummy data inside it. So just use here str colon random. So just use here random function, and with that just simply put here like how many random value you need. So for example we need the 10 values, right, 10 characters. For second one for the email address, and third one for the name, because we have the 3 fields in this table. So you can just check out here structure. We have the id will basically auto generated, so name, email and address. We need these 3 fields. So name is here, email address, and then at the last we can add here address, and here we can add the @gmail.com. so it look like actually you can say that email address, right, and just add it like here. And yep, I need to just close the single quotes, right, and just add the semicolon in this last of the statement. So now our this seeding is basically ready. So now we can just enter in the database. For that we need again a command. So just simply write here php artisan db seed minus class equal to your class name. So my class name is basically member, it's basically members seeder, right. Hit the enter. Now you can see that database seeding completed successfully. Now just go to this table, and now you can find there just okay. So now you can see that one entry here, right. So if you just want to make the another entry, you can just run it again, and you will find the another entry here. So let's say you just want to add some 50 or hundreds of data, then you can use here the for loop or while loop, whatever you want here, right. So that's all about the seeding, that how you can just enter the data. Now it's time to my interview question. So interview question is, so let's say we have the 10 seeder files, so we can just create here 10 seeders for every table in the database. Then how I can run all these files, right, because at the time I just told you that how we can run the single file, but how we can run the multiple seedings for the database at a single time. You can comment this questions answer in the comment section if you want. And thanks for watching this video, and please don't forget to subscribe my channel. God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the Laravel Accessor. So these are the points that we are going to perform in this video. First of all, we will see what is Accessor. Then we need one controller and one model for making an example on Accessor, and then we will make a Accessor function, and I will show you that how we can make it with example. And at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. Now the question is, what is accessor. So accessor is basically used to modify the data record before displaying the data, right? So yes, you have to keep in mind they are actually not modify the data in the database, right? So they actually just take it in the Laravel only. So for example, you just want to print the name of the users like Anil and Sam, but you just want to make the first letter capitalized, right? Or you just want to modify something in email or address before just showing them on an HTML, right? Then we can do it with the accessor. So now let's see how we can do it. First of all, so let's clear out the command line. I'm just going to make a controller. Just write here php artisan make controller and controller name. So let's say my controller name is member controller, and just hit it. Now you can just find this control inside the app, then http, then controllers, and here, right? So now let's make a function inside it. So let's make a function with the name of index or whatever you want, and return something like code will be here, right? And now let's make a route for it, and for that we have to go inside the routes web.php. Just right here use app http controllers, and controller name, which is member controller, and just put a semicolon at the last, and let's make a route for it. So I am just going to make a route with get function, and it have a URL like member, and in the second parameter let's use here member controller colon class, and in the second parameter let's put an index function, which we made inside the controller, right? So now let's try to access it on the member URL. Now you can see that we are able to access the function and controller, everything, right? So now we need a model. So just write here php artisan make model, and our model name will be, let's look out our table name, which is members. So our model name should be member, right? And just hit the enter. Model is also created. Now let's import model inside the controller. So just write here use app model, and just write here members, right? Member actually, and this is a models. Then we can just put a semicolon at the last, and let's return here member colon all, and it will return the all data which is coming from the member table, right? And now let's see. You can see that we got the all both record Anil as well as Sam. And now what I want to just change the name from first letter. I just want to make first letter capital here, right? So now let's just come to the model, and let's define the accessor here. So just come to the model and just define a function, and you can just make it public if you want, right? And then define the accessor. Accessor function name always have a pattern, so you just have to just define like get, then name. What is that name? Name is actually our column field from the database, right? Name and email and address, right? At the last, let's put here attribute. Oh, my bad. And let's pass a value inside it, and now return the change that you just want to do. So let's say you just want to make a change UC first on value, right? So UC first function will just convert this first character in the capital case. So now let's see what we got here. Now you can see that name for the both records in the capital. So now let's try one more example, and you just want to make this capital, just want to change some inside the address. So let's say you want to put the India in just at the last of this address, Noida comma Delhi and Noida comma India and Delhi comma India. For that you just need to write here get your column name, which is address, and just simply write here return, and just put here dot comma India. My bad. Right. So now let's see what we got. Now you can see that the address have the Noida India in the both field, right? So when we are just define the accessor, then they will actually change in the all columns, right? So if you have the 100 columns and 1000 columns, then they will just modify this record for the all of the rows actually, right? And that's all for this video, and it's time to question. Now question is, so we just know to get that what is the accessor. So the question is, what is the mutators in the Laravel? You can attempt this question in a comment box if you want. And thanks for watching this video. Please subscribe my channel and like this video. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about a mutator in Laravel. So these are the points of the video. First of all, we will check what is mutator as in theoretically part. Then we need at least one controller and one model, and after that we will define a mutator function, and at the last I will ask you an interview question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. Now the first question is, what is mutator? So sometime you need to just update your data before saving it in the database. For example, you have a members table and you just want to update the name before it saving to the database. So let's say you just want to put here Mr. Bruce, right, and Mr. Peter and Mr. Sam or Mr. Anil, and your user just sending from here like Bruce. So you just want to add a small string like Mr. with this name, so that mutator will save here Mr. Bruce, right? And let's say you just want to change the address before saving it to the database. So just user send the any city name like Hyderabad or Delhi or Gurgaon, but you want to save it like city name comma India, right? Then you can just define a mutator for just adding this string city name plus India, right? So now let's see how we can do it. First of all, I need to make a controller. So just write here PHP artisan make controller and controller name. So let's say my controller name is members controller, member controller. Hit enter. This is created inside app http and here, and we can define a function here like index or something, and for a moment we can just return something like hello from controller or something like. And now let's make a route for it. So just go to the web.php, my bad, here, and just import use app, and this is the path of our this controller, app http controllers, and then we just use here member controller like this. Now let's make a route for it. We will use the get method here, and our route name will be like member, and then in the second parameter we can use an array and just write here member controller, right, and just use here colon class because this is a class, and then in the second parameter let's define the function which we defined here, right? And now let's close it, right? Now let's try to access it. Are we able to access the URL? So just put here members, and we are able to access it. Now let's make a model also. So just write here PHP artisan make model and model name. So what should our model name when our database table name is members? So model name should be member. Hit enter. This is created. Now let's go to the member controller and import it. So just right here, use app models and member, right? And let's first of all let's see that this is working fine or not. So just simply write here member : all, so that we can check it out, this is working fine or not. And this is working fine, the all results are here, right? So now let's see that how we can just save the data inside it. I'm not going to make HTML form here because there is no purpose of HTML form. It will just take some time and it will make video long. That's why I'm not going to use any form here. So just make an instance of this table model, which is member. So just write here new member like this, right? And now just define here member name, because we have a 3 field here, name, email and address. ID is automatically updated, so just write here like John. Then we can just make a copy of it for, let's say, email, and email address is john@test.com. then address, and we can just put here simply like daily, right? And at the last we can just use here save function, right? Now it will just save our name John and email address john@test.com and address as daily. But now what I just want that when I just save this data to the database, then there should be Mr. John and it should be like daily India in a database, like so. For that we need to define a mutator. So now let's go to the members and just make some mutators. So we just need to simply use here a pattern for the mutators, which is set, my bad. So just first of all let's define public function set and your column name, so which is name, attribute, right? And let's pass a value from here. And now let's just write here dollar this attributes, and attributes name will be like name. And here I just want to add here dollar value, which will be, in our case, will be John, but I just want to add here like Mr. John, right? So we can just give a space like here and like this. And now let's define one more mutator for the address. So just write here set address, because now we are on the address field, right? And just write here address, and here you can just remove this front string and paste it in the last, like India, right? So after that we need to just false our timestamp, because in our table we don't have the address create date and update date, right? So now let's just simply use here public dollar time stamp is false, right? So everything should be fine. Now let's try to save it. I'm just going to refresh it, and the data is saved. We did not make any console and redirection, that's why this is a white page. And now let's try here what we actually got here. So here you can see that we are able to add the Mr. John and the daily at the last of India, right? India at the last of daily. So this is the way that how just a mutator can modify the data before just saving them in a database. So now my question is, so sometime this is might possible that some data may already have a Mr. here, right? So how we can identify that if we have a Mr., then we don't need to just add the Mr. in the front of our value in a name, right? So because if we just add again the Mr., then it will be the Mr. Johan, which is not an appropriate, right? So if already we have a Mr. inside this our name, then we should not add anything. And if there is a no Mr. or and no any prefix, then we can add the Mr., right? So how we can resolve it, you can answer this thing in the comment box. And bye bye for a moment. Take care and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about one-to-one relation. So these are the points of the video. First of all, we will see what is the relationship in Laravel. Then we will talk about the one-to-one relationship. We need at least 2 model and 1 controller, and after that we will make some function for relation and we will show the data. And at the last I will ask you a question, and you can attempt this question in the comment box if you want, right? Now let's see what is relation, right? Then we will talk about the one-to-one relations. So fetching the data from 2 table on the behalf of any similar key is basically a relation. So what can be a similar key? Like I just want to show you an example. So let's say we have a 2 table, one is members and another one is companies, right? So I just want to find a relationship, so that how I can do it. So it can be done by any unique key, like the ID of this table should be present in the another table. So let's say the ID of member table is present inside the companies table with the name of member_ID, right? So now what I can do, I can just get the data of this table on the behalf of this ID, right? So let's say I just want to know that Anil is working in which company, so that I can just pass this ID to that table, and this table can just give me that Anil is working in a Samsung, because Anil's ID is 1 in that table, and now this ID is referred to the Samsung. Similarly, I can just find that Sam is working in the Google company, because the ID of this is directly related to this ID. So this is basically relationship that you can say that the getting that data from the 2 tables on behalf of any similar key, right? So now what is one-to-one relationship? So one-to-one relationship simply means that the both of table can have only one data to match, right? So for example, there is a one user Anil, right? And it can work only a one company at a time, right? So it is working on a Samsung. So it cannot possible that Anil is working in a Samsung as well as in a Google, because one employee cannot work in the another company. This is a simple thing. That's why we call it one-to-one relationship, right? And I will show you that if I just use the Anil ID in the both Samsung and the Google member ID, then how we can just handle it, or we don't need to handle it, because this is a simply one-to-one relationship. See, so let's understand this complete scenario and get the data from the 2 table with the behalf of 1 key in this example, right? So first of all, I'm just going to make a controller. So let's clear the previous data and just write here PHP artisan make controller, and my controller name can be member controller. Hit enter. We are just seen here inside the app HTTP controller here. So let's make a function here, and you can put any name to this function. I just want to put an index. Return, for a moment we can just return here one-to-one for checking out the text and routes. And after that, let's go to the web.php, import it, use app HTTP controllers. This is basically the path of this member controller, app HTTP controllers, and then its name, right? So just write here member controller, right? And now let's make a route for it. So just simply write here route get method and put any name to the route, like I just want to put a data, and let's check an array member controller colon class, and in the second key of this array is the index, which is the function of member controller, right? So now let's check this, is it working or not? So let's just write here data. All right, so I just made a little mistake. I just need to write here controllers. Here you can check that this is a controllers, and now this is working fine. So route is completed. Now let's just make a control model PHP artisan make model, and my model name is member, right? Why my model name is member specifically? Because my table name is members, and if our table name is plural, then our model name should be singular with the first capital letter, right? This is done. Now let's just get the data from this table first of all, members, then we will just make a relationship with it so that we can just go in the step-by-step flow, right? Now just choose here use app models member, right? This is the path of our model, and just simply write here member colon find and pass the ID. So let's say I just want to get the data from ID 1, then you can see that we got the data, right? And the similar way you can just get the data from this ID second, which is here, and here you can check that these are fine. So now I just want to get the data from companies table, so let's make a controller for it. So just write here PHP artisan make model company. Company will be like this, right? Hit enter. This is also created. Now here you can see that this is member. We don't need to write anything inside the company model, so just go to the member table and just simply write here function, or you can just make a public function here, public function, and function name can be, let's say, get company, right? And just simply return here a dollar this, and has one, because this is the one-to-one relationship, and has one tell that this is a one-to-one relationship with this table, and which table, which I just put here the path company models and then company, right? Like this. So now you can just find that for a moment this is working fine, but there is a no company data. But let's say just you need to add here this function name as an key. So just write here get company. You don't need to write here function name, you just need to write here property, and now you can see that we got that the data from second, right? Because we just are getting the data from the second company. So let's make it 1, right? And this is the first company data, right? So first company is actually getting the Samsung here, right? So here you can just see that we are just passing this data to the member table, and this member table called the company table, so that we are able to get this data from the company table. So this is very simple. And so now that's all, but now I'm just going to show you, if we have the two columns with the similar ID, then what will be happen here, right? So let's say now I just want to get the data from ID 1, but still I am getting the data for one record only, because this is the one-to-one relationship. If we have a one-to-many relationship, one-to-many, then it can get the data from the both of column, right? So if I just want to mention here for a moment, because this is not a complete video for one-to-many, but if we have one-to-many, then you can just see that. All right, so just put ID 1, and you will just see that we get the both data. So that's about that, how we can use the one-to-one relationship, And this is just a small tip for a one-to-many, and in the next video I will just tell you the complete thing about the one-to-many, right? So now it's time to question. So is it possible that can I get the data from 3 tables? Like I'm just getting the data from the 2 tables, like this and this. So it's possible that we can get the data from 3 table. If yes, you can mention it in the comment box. If no, then you can just answer it that no, and with the reason also. So thanks for watching this video, and please subscribe my channel and like this video. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn what is one-to-many relation in Laravel. So these are the points of this video. First of all, we will see what is a relation in Laravel. Then we will learn what is one-to-many relationship. So basically this is a theoretical part and the first 2 points, and from the third point we will just jump on the practical part. And we need at least 2 model and 1 controller, and after that we need to make a function to show the data and make the relations. And at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box if you want, right? So the first question is, what is the relation in the Laravel? So fetching the data from a 2 or more table with the behalf of same key is basically a relation. So let's understand it with the example. So let's say we have a 2 table, one is members and another is devices. So here you can see that in the both tables we have one relation which is member ID. So in this table ID is basically belongs to the member, and in the devices table member ID is basically belong to the members. So that we can say that in the both table we have a one common thing which is member ID. So that we can just make joins on them, and relations are very similar to the join also, right? So that means we can also apply the relations on it, right? So once again let's understand in the very simple words. So just fetching the data from 2 table on the behalf of any similar key or any similar ID is basically a relation in Laravel. So now what is the one-to-many relationship? So it simply means from one table's ID is actually belongs to the many record of the second table. So here you can see that the ID 1 here it have only 1 entry, but in the devices table it have the 2 entries for the mobile and iPod. So let's say I just want to see that the Anil have how much devices. So I can just check that he have multiple devices. So it have a mobile as well as the iPod. So we can say that this is a one-to-many relationship, right? Similarly, the device 2, the ID 2, which is Sam, can also have the 3 devices like laptop, smartwatch and computer. Here you can see that we have the 3 records for it, right? So this is the basically a one-to-many relationship. So now let's understand it with the example. So yes, if you just want to see what is one-to-one relationship, then link is given in the description box. You can check out from there. So now what I'm just going to do, let's just remove the old stuff and just write here PHP artisan make controller and controller name, which is let's say member controller, right? I'm just going to make a model controller first so that we can just set up the routing and all. So now let's make a function here, and this function name is index, and now let's return something from here like one-to-many, right? So this is just for a dummy text so that we can check the routes and all. And now let's jump on the web.php and just make a route, and before that let's import it, right? It's just right here app. We are just putting the path of this member controller file, app http controllers and member controller. Just right here http, then controllers basically, sorry, then member controller. And now let's make a route for it, and we will use a get request here. So colon get, and it have the 2 parameters, one for the URL and second one for the our member controller. member controller colon class, and the second value of this array we will just use the index, which is the function name of this controller, right? This index actually belongs to this function. So now let's check the data URL that we just made. This is working fine. Now let's make a model for members table. So just simply write here PHP artisan make model for members. So if our database table name is members, then our model name should be member, because they actually mapped with the plural and singular way, right? So now let's just go on this member. Here it is. Let's import it inside the member controller. So just write here use app models basically, and then we can put a member, which is model name, right? And now let's try to fetch some data. So just write here member, and then just write here colon find, just put here id 1. So let's say we just want to get the data of first id, right? Anil, we just want to access it. So now let's now you can see that we got the data id, name, email address and address. This is coming from the only members table. Now there is no relation with the device table. So to make with the device relation with the device table, let's make a device model also. So just simply put here PHP artisan make model device. So now this is created, right? So now what I just want to do, I want to make a relation with the member and device. So I am just going to make a function inside a member and just simply write here get device or something. You can put any name whatever you want. It's not mandatory that you need to just put here only get device. And now just simply return this has many. If we are using 1-to-1 relation, then we will use the has one. If we have a relation many 1-to-many, then we will use has many, right? And inside here put the path of device model. So just simply put here app models device right? And now let's use this the function as a property here. Just simply use like this. Keep in mind, you don't need to make it function, you should use it only like a property, right? And now let's try to access. Now you can see that we got the two record from the devices table, id, name and member id, id, name and member id. Why we get the two records? Because we are just fetching the data from record 1. If we will fetch the data from record 2, right, then we can use here id 2 and we will get the 3 result. Why we will get the 3 result? Because this 2 id actually belongs to the 3 records like laptop, smartwatch and computer, and we will get the all of these here. My bad. I just put here by mistakenly 3. We just need to use here 2, right? Now you can see that laptop, smartwatch and computer, we got the all of 3. So it's time of interview question for you, which is you must have to attempt. So I will ask you the 2 interview question, and both are very important for interviews. One is how we can use the where condition with this relationship. Second is how we can apply the relationship between 3 tables, right? So you can comment the answer if you want of these questions, and if you don't want, that's okay, but read about it, because many times in the interviews these questions are asked, right? Even I ask these questions. So thanks for watching this video. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn about the stub customization. So this topic can really save you lots of time when you're working on a Laravel project, as well as this topic is also important for the interviews, because stubs are introduced in the Laravel 7 and still this is a new topic and lots of guys don't know about it and they even never use it, right, in the Laravel project, right? So what we are going to learn in this video, why use stubs and what are they, and then we will run the commands for the stub, then we will see how we can customize the controller and model, and at the last I will ask you an interview question. So first question is, what is a stub and why we use it? So in the stub, actually our file structure are defined in these files, right? So what kind of structure? So in these files they already defined that when we just make a controller, then what kind of code will be written in this file. So first of all, we just written here namespace, then we have to import something, and then we just write a class. So these all things are defined in the stub, right? So when we just make a new controller, then they just look into the stub and just find that what code I need to written in this controller, and stub just instruct them, then you can just return this code when new controller is generated. And the same thing will be happen in the model, in the component, migration, seeding, every file that you can generate with the command line, right? But now what is a stub customization? Stub customization means, let's say you just want to make the 50 controller, and every controller you need a index function, like in the every component you actually need index this function, right, like this. So what you can do, you can just generate the all new components one by one and you can just make this function by the manually, but this will take the lots of time. Again, maybe you just want to import the db file or some other files for the all controllers, right? So for that you can just do it the manually, but it will take lots of time. But the better approach is you can just directly customize the stub and tell to the stub that just include this index function every time when you just make any controller, and you can just add any other functions in the model also. Let's see how we can do it and how we can just customize our by default controller and by default model with the stub. First of all, you need to just check out that PHP. First of all, we need to publish the stub. So just write here PHP artisan stub publish, and it will generate around 28 files or something. Here you can see that. So these are the old stub files, you can see that, right? So now what I want whenever my new component, like new controller, like I just make a student controller, member controller, user controller, sign up controller, then index function will be there by default. How could it possible? For that you have to just go to the controller.plain.stub, right? Just click on it. Okay, so just open this file, and where you can just find these old stubs row, you can just find these stubs here, right? And just go for this controller.plain.stub and just define. Here you can see that this is the by default stub skeleton, and this code will generate our this controller code, right? You can see that this is pretty matching. And now you just define here this one, right? And even you just want to return something, return, let's say hello from index or something, right? You can just simply put it like this. So now in the next time whenever I will generate any controller, I will just find this function by default, right? PHP artisan make controller, and you can just simply write here, let's say members, right, and hit that. Now you can find these members inside the controllers, and now you can see that index function is already there. So let's try one more, member 2, and again you will find that it again have the index function. Same thing you can do with the model, right? So let's find out the model stub. Here it is, right? And now let's we just want to disable the timestamp, so that you can just simply put here public dollar timestamp equal to false, right, like this. What I just MPS. Now this is correct. Again, now let's try to generate the model, and in the every model you will find this timestamp false, right? So just write here PHP artisan make model, and just write here member, and let's go to this model now, members, and you can see that this timestamp is by default here, right? So this is the way that how you can just customize your controller, model, or component, anything with the stub. Now it's time to question. So I already told you that how you can customize the controller, model, and now you just need to find that how we can, or what file we need to just customize for the component and migration. You can attempt this question on the comment box, and thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe my channel. Bye bye, take care. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that what is route model binding in the Laravel, and these are the points that we are going to cover in this video. First of all, we will check what is the route model binding. Then we need to make at least one model and one controller so that we can make an example here, and after that we will understand this route model binding with an example, and at the last I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. So now the first question is, what is route model binding? So route model binding simply means we can inject our model to the route so that we can fetch the data with the minimum code, right? And in this way we can fetch the data on the behalf of ID, on the behalf of name, and behalf of the member ID. Any column of this table can be used in the route model binding. So now let's start with the example. So for that I need at least one model and one controller. So I'm just going to put here PHP artisan make controller, and my controller name is, let's say, device controller. Right, so here I have a device controller. So let's make a route for it first of all, and make a function inside it, function index, and for a moment I am just going to write here hello from device controller, right? And now I am just going to make a route for it, and let's go to the web.php, and let's just simply use here get method, and we also need to import here our controller. So just use here app http controllers, and then put here device controller, which is name of our controller. Oh, my bad, right? Basically this is the path of our controller if you want to check app http controllers and device controller. Now let's make a path here. So let's use a URL device, and in the second parameter just use here device controller : class, comma, index as an second parameter, right? So now try to access this device URL. Okay, so this is a text coming from the controller. This is working fine. So now what I want, that I just want to fetch the data on the behalf of the ID, which is I am just going to pass inside the router, right? And this will be just directly inject inside the model. So here you can see that this is actually not working for a moment. So for that we need to just pass here the another optional parameter like ID, which is ID is actually very common because we will just get the data on the behalf of ID, name, and member ID. So I'm just going to put here key as in second parameter, right? So now you will find that this is working fine if I'm just going to pass something here like name and something, whatever I can pass, I can do it, right? Now let's make a model here. So just write here PHP artisan make model, and model name can be like say device. Why I'm putting my device as a model name? Because my table name is devices, right? So hit enter, and this is also created. Now import this model inside the controller now from here. So just use here use app model, and then let's just write here model name which is device. Right, and just simply make get a parameter here like $key, and it will be a device type, right? And now if I am just going to put here $key, then it will be return me a data. So let's see how it's actually returned. Okay, so device, okay, I just forgot to put here models actually. Just give me a, yep. So first of all, let's try it with the ID. Yeah, I just need to put here ID, not ID string, like 1. So now I'm getting the data of device ID 1. So let's say I just want to get the data from the third, which is ID 3 and smartwatch watch as a name. So let's like this, and now I get the data from third record. So that's okay. This is the one way to use the router model binding. Okay, now how I can just get the data in the behalf of name or in the behalf of member ID, right? For that, you just need to go in the web and just tell him that you need to find the data on a name, right? And this name will understand that whenever I will just search the data, then I need to search the data on this name field, right? So this is fine. Now just come back here and just simply put here laptop. Okay, just give me a moment. I just forgot to save it. Just save it now and use it again. Now we can see that we get the data on the behalf of this ID. So you can just get the same data on the behalf of, let's say, mobile, and you will get the data of first record. Similar way, you can just get the data from the device ID also if you want. You just need to just put here device ID to the replace of name. So this is the simple way to use the model route model binding, and it will just provide the data from the database with the minimal code. You just need to put here a route and the device class name as an parameter. That's it, right? So thanks for watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. हाय एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक टू द माय चैनल. माय नेम इज अनिल, और लारावेल 7 की इस वीडियो के अंदर हम बात करने वाले हैं एक और न्यू फीचर विच इज मार्कडाउन मेल टेम्पलेट के बारे में. ये क्या होती है, वीडियो के पॉइंट्स आपको सारे यहाँ मिल जाएंगे. सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं कि इस वीडियो के अंदर आपको मेल सेंड करके नहीं दिखाऊंगा, आपको ये वाला टेम्पलेट यूआई के ऊपर दिखा दूंगा, तरीके से कैसे यूज़ कर सब बता दूंगा. बट मेल सेंड करूंगा तो वीडियो लेंथी हो जाएगी, उसके लिए मैंने अलग से वीडियो बनाई हुई है, आप डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स से उसका लिंक देख सकते हो. पॉइंट्स क्या है, सबसे पहले देखेंगे मार्कडाउन मेल होता क्या है, इसको जनरेट कैसे करते हैं, इसको कस्टमाइज कैसे करते हैं. ऑफिशियल लिंक है, यहाँ से कुछ हम इसको कस्टमाइज करने का लिंक भी देखेंगे. जो कस्टमाइज करेंगे ना, तो ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट से ही करके देखेंगे हम. राइट, सो पहला क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि मार्कडाउन मेल टेम्पलेट होता क्या है. जब आप लारावेल से ईमेल सेंड करना चाहते हो, तो बेसिकली आप चाहोगे कि एक डिफ़ॉल्ट टेम्पलेट मुझे मिल जाए, या फिर मुझे फाइल का स्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी मिल जाए, ताकि मैं इजीली वहाँ पे फाइल में कोड राइट कर सकूँ. ठीक है, तो मार्कडाउन मेल आपको एक सिंपल और बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट टेम्पलेट दे देता है, और ये बहुत ज़्यादा कस्टमाइजेबल होती है. इसके अंदर आप पैनल चेंज कर सकते हो, टेबल चेंज कर सकते हो, और इसके अंदर आप कलर्स वगैरह सब कुछ चेंज कर सकते हो. आपको मैं करके भी दिखाऊंगा. ठीक है, सो नाउ इसको जनरेट कैसे करते हैं. ठीक है, सो जनरेट करने के लिए हमें कमांड होती है हमारे पास. मैं कमांड लिखना स्टार्ट करता हूँ, PHP आर्टिसन, और आर्टिसन के बाद में मेक मेल और मेल का नाम. सो लेट्स से मैं बनाता हूँ, मेरी ईमेल का नाम रहेगा सैम्पल मेल. और उसके बाद में जो आपको इसके ऊपर टेम्पलेट यूज़ करनी है, मार्कडाउन. राइट, मार्कडाउन यूज़ करने के बाद में आपको उसका फोल्डर का नाम बताना पड़ेगा. लेट्स से मैं फोल्डर का नाम रखना चाहता हूँ emails.sampleMail. सैम्पल मेल मेरी फाइल का नाम ही रहेगा, सैम्पल मेल और लेट्स हिट द एंटर। जैसे मैं एंटर हिट करूँगा आपको यहाँ पे 2 न्यू फाइल मिल जाएगी। कहाँ कहाँ मिलेंगे आपको न्यू फाइल्स, सबसे पहले आपको दिखा देता हूँ उसको कोलैप्स करके। एक चेंज तो मिलेगा आपको मेल्स वाले फोल्डर के अंदर, यहाँ पे मेल फोल्डर जनरेट होगा और यहाँ पे आपकी सैम्पल मेल आ गई है, ठीक है, यहाँ पे फाइल इंक्लूडेड है। और दूसरा चीज़ आपको कहाँ मिलेगा, दूसरा चीज़ आपको मिलेगा, इसको थोड़ा सा मैं बंद कर देता हूँ, रिसोर्स के अंदर जाओगे, व्यू के अंदर जाओगे और यहाँ पे आपको ईमेल्स फोल्डर के अंदर यहाँ पे मिल जाएगा, ठीक है। और ये बेसिकली आपका टेम्पलेट भी है। अब ये तो जनरेट हो गया, मैं इसको यूज़ कैसे कर सकता हूँ। यूज़ करने के लिए आपको जाना पड़ेगा web.php के अंदर। मैं आपको एक सिंपल कोड दिखाऊंगा इसको यूज़ करने का। जो इसको बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट पेज पे ही ले लेता हूँ बेसिकली, ये तो हमारे आउट किसी काम का है नहीं। और यहाँ पे मैं अभी के लिए इसको रिटर्न कर देता हूँ। सबसे पहले आपको मेल यहाँ पे इंपोर्ट करनी है जहाँ पे भी आप यूज़ करना चाहते हो, ठीक है। तो मैं यहाँ पे मेल यूज़ करना चाहता हूँ तो यहाँ पे इंपोर्ट करूँगा ऐप के बाद में मेरे फोल्डर का नाम है बेसिकली ईमेल्स, राइट। और ईमेल्स के बाद में मेरे का नाम फाइल का नाम है सैम्पल मेल, राइट। सो अब मैं क्या करना चाहता हूँ, यहाँ पे इसको रिटर्न करूँगा, रिटर्न सैम्पल मेल एज एन फंक्शन और इसको मैं एज न्यू यूज़ करता हूँ, राइट। सो नाउ अब रन करके देखते हैं कि यहाँ पे मुझे क्या दिख रहा है। सैम्पल मेल नॉट फाउंड, लेट मी चेक। सॉरी, ये एक्चुअली बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट मेल फोल्डर के अंदर ही रहता है, सो मैं यहाँ पे मेल ही लिखूंगा। ये आप देख सकते हो एक सिंपल टेम्पलेट इसने बना के दी है, इंट्रोडक्शन, बॉडी पार्ट, बटन, ठीक है। और ये बटन इसने अलग से टैब में खोल दिया है और थैंक्स लारावेल करके, ठीक है। इसको आप चेंज भी कर सकते हो, ठीक है। चेंज करने के लिए सबसे पहले मैं आपको इसका ऑफिशियल लिंक दिखाता हूँ आपको मैं इसका, ठीक है। यहीं से हम कुछ इसके अंदर चेंज भी करके देखेंगे। सो जब तक यहाँ से ओपन होता है, मैं जो फाइल इसके लिए चेंज करने के लिए बनी होती है सैम्पल ईमेल blade.template यहाँ पे दिखाऊंगा आपको, ठीक है। वैसे तो आप यहाँ पे कुछ भी लिख सकते हो, तो अगर मैं h1 टैग लगाता हूँ तो यहाँ पे हेलो लिखूंगा और इसको रिफ्रेश करूँगा तो आपको यहाँ पे भी ये भी दिख जाएगा। बट अगर आप चाहते हो कि Laravel के ऑफिशियल तरीके से इसको मैं यूज़ करूँ तो आपको यहाँ पे बेसिकली लेट मी जस्ट गो ऑन इट, या सो इसके मैं डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के ऊपर जाऊँगा। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के ऊपर जाने के बाद जो हमने कमांड यूज़ करी है सेम इसने कमांड बताई, सेम इसने फाइल्स हमें बताई हैं। तो लेट्स से आप अब कुछ और चीज़ यूज़ करना चाहते हो, जैसे आप पैनल यूज़ करना चाहते हो तो यहाँ से आप पैनल उठा सकते हो इस तरीके से और यहाँ पे डायरेक्टली पेस्ट करिए। जैसे पेस्ट करोगे आपको यहाँ पे पैनल दिख जाएगा, आपको पैनल दिखे, यहाँ पे कुछ लिख सकते हो, कुछ टाइप कर सकते हो, कुछ और चीज़ जैसे कि आप टेबल यूज़ करना चाहते हो तो टेबल भी बेसिकली आप यहाँ से उठा सकते हो, राइट। सो मैं इसके नीचे ही टेबल बना देता हूँ यहीं पे ही और लेट्स सी द आउटपुट, जहाँ आप देख सकते हो कि टेबल भी आएगा। तो बहुत सिंपल है यहाँ पे आपको ईमेल बनाना और ईमेल को यूज़ करना। सो थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो। कुछ कंफ्यूजन है तो मुझे कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हो। डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब माय चैनल एंड लाइक दिस वीडियो। बाय बाय, टेक केयर।
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil and in this Laravel video tutorial we are going to learn that how we can create custom commands in Laravel. So these are the points of the video. First of all, we will create a command file so that we can write our commands and description and operations for the command in this file, right? Then we will write the commands and some more stuffs inside this file, and then we will register this command, and after that we will write some code to produce a output from this command. And at the last I will ask you a question and you can answer this question in the comment box also. So first of all, let's just go to the command line and check the all commands. So just write here php artisan, so you can find a lots of command here, and when you just want to write a new command then you need to generate a command file, and for that we will use make command, make colon command, and this is also a command, right? And just write here php artisan make command and command name. So let's say my command name is show db, because I just want to check out my db name, and I will just run a command and it will tell me that you are connected with this db name, right? So now let's just go to the app directory, then console and commands, and here you can see that we have a new file with the show.db name, right? So
there is a two things that we need to change. One is signature, so I am just going to write here show db, right, and here I can put my command description. So here you can see that these are the signatures and these are the description, right? So I can just simply write here show me current database, right? So after that we need to register it, and for that let's go inside the kernel.php, and inside this commands array we can write here our command. So just simply write here commands, and then we can just simply put here our file name, which is show db. So just write here show db colon class, and we can put a comma here. We don't need to put here a semicolon because this is the array. And after that let's check again, let's clear out this all these commands and just write here php artisan. And now let's just look out for our this on command. So here it is, we can see that we have one command which is show db and show the current database. So now if I'm just going to run it, show php artisan show db, then there is a no error, but there is a no output yet because we did not write any output for it. So now let's just go in the show db and let's go for the handle function, and here you can just simply write here output whatever you want to reproduce here, right? So just I'm going to write here this info and here I can just write here like output. And why we use this info function, this will actually produce the green output, right? So now let's check again, and here you can see that we got the output. Yes, we can also write here echo, like say echo hello or something, right? But now you just find that this is not actually green, but if we just write it anything inside the info, we will just get the green output, right? So what I'm actually just want to check here, I want to check that my current db name. For that I just need to import my db class here. So just use here illuminate, then support, then facade, and the last db, right? Now let's go out on our output function, and here we can just simply write here current db is just write here db colon connection, and connection is actually a functions, and it have another function which is get database name, right? And this is also a function. So now what's wrong with it? Yep, I have to just put here dot. Now let's run it again, and now you can see that our current db name is blog. So if you want to check it and confirm it, then you can just go to the env, and here you can see that blog is our current db, and if you just want to check in the database, then we have that one. So that's all for this moment. If you still have any kind of query, you can ask me in the comment box, and don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video. And I have a question for you in this video, that how we can create a new file with the command line, right? Many times this question is asked in the interviews, so please prepare for it, and if you want to attempt it in the comment box, then you can attempt. So bye bye, take care for a moment, and God bless you. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil, and in this Laravel video tutorial we will learn that how we can connect multiple databases with the Laravel. Usually we use only one database, but sometimes we need to use the multiple databases with our project. So I have the two databases here. One is the blog and another one is YouTube. So we will just fetch the data from both of these database, and these are the steps. First of all, we need to just add some database configuration for both databases. Then we will make the controller and model, and we will fetch the data from the both tables, both databases, with the two-way, one with the query builder and second one with the model. And at the last, I will ask you a question. You can attempt this question in the comment box also. So now, first of all, let's jump on the .env file. So you will find that we already configure our one database with the name of blog, right? And this belong to the this blog database. So let's say I just want to add one more database, so that I can just copy this all these block of properties, and I can just define the second or the another property like second MySQL connection, right? And just use this property with all these host name and ports and database name and all. So just change the name of the all properties like this. You can put any name. It's not mandatory that you need only just put here second or third. You can just write here your db connection underscore YouTube, because our database name is YouTube for the second, or XYZ, whatever you want, and just put here YouTube database name, and my username and password is same. In your case, if these are also different, then you can just put the different credentials, right? After that, let's jump on the config folder and let's open the database.php file. Here you will find that there is a lots of connections are done for MySQL and PG MySQL, SQL Server and all. So just copy this SQL Server connection and let's make another one, right? So I'm just going to put here SQL connection 2 for a moment, and let's add these properties because we are now getting these all the database name, password and from the DB host and the second property, right? So just add here second. Let me copy it and just paste it here. Second database, second username and second password. We don't need to add this socket for the second database because we are not using the socket for a moment, right? And after that, keep in mind that just restart your PHP artisan command, right? So now let's check your project, is it working fine or not? This is working fine, and let's create a controller. So just write here PHP artisan make controller. My controller name will be belongs to the product table, so I am just going to put here product controller. Hit enter, and we got a new controller inside the app HTTP controller, and here, and let's make a function inside it. Function, let's say my function name is index, and return for a moment hello, so that we can just check that routing and everything is working fine or not, right? So now let's go for the routing. In routers web.php, import our product model here with the app HTTP controller and controller name path. So just use here app HTTP controller and controllers basically, and then we can just we can just use here product controller, right? And now let's make a route for it and close it with the semicolon. Route get, let's use a get method, and my route name is list, and in the second parameter take an array and just provide the first value with your product name, and in the second let's use the function name that you made inside the controller, and let's close it with the semicolon. Great. Now let's check this is working fine or not with the list URL. This is working fine. So now I'm just going to fetch the data from this device table first of all, then we will fetch this data from the another table. So let's come back to here and just import the database, because we are using the query builder here, right? So just right here, use illuminate and support facade and then db, right? And just simply write here db : all. Sorry, : this is not model actually, so we just need to write here table, and my table name is devices, and let's use the get method here. And now let's see what we got here. Right, we got okay, this my table name is devices, not device. So now we can see that we got the data, or 4 record of the data, ID 1, 2, 3 and 4, and here you can see that we have a 4 ID only. So now let's try to fetch the data from the product table. So now just put here products basically, and refresh it. But now you have an error that block.product table does not exist, because in the block table we don't have product table, block database don't have the product table. That's why, because this is exist in the YouTube database. So now let's we need to just define here that we are just want to fetch the data from the YouTube, and YouTube database is defined in the SQL2 connection, right? So what we need to do here, just simply write here connection with single T, and just use here MySQL, and now we can use this. Now let's try what we are getting from it. Now we are getting the data from the product table also, right? That's great. Alright, so this is a one way that where we are actually use the query builder. So how we can get the data from the model. So let's make it, comment it out, and I already have the devices model here. So first of all, let's try with the device model, that how we can fetch the data from it. So let's try to use here use app and model, then put here device, our model name, and let's simply return here return device : all, and we can get the data from this table, right? Device table. So now let's create the model for product table, PHP artisan make model, and my model name is product, right? Hit enter. Now let's you can see that we got a product model here. So let's just import it. My bad, product. And now let's whenever we are fetching the data, still we will get the same error that the table does not exist. Here you can see that, right? So what we can do in that time, we don't need to just use the connection like this. So for that, let's go to the model and let's define another property, public property actually, public $connection, and here you can just provide our the database connection name, which is MySQL2, right? So just simply write here MySQL2 here, and now let's try to fetch the data, and we are able to get the data. So this is the way that how we can get the data from the multiple databases. If you still have any kind of question, you can ask me in the comment box. There is lots of questions that we covered here, like how we can define the properties for the second database, and how we can get the data from the second database with the query builder, with the model. And now my question is, can we apply the joins or relations between two databases as we define in the Laravel? So if this is possible, then please comment me in the comment box. If not possible, then just again tell me that why this is not possible in the comment box. God bless you, and please don't forget to subscribe my channel and like this video.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Anil Sidhu, and today I will tell you some important interview questions related to Laravel and their answers also. So let's start with a very important information. If you are looking to purchase domain name or hosting, then you can purchase it with Domain Racers. Here you can see that plans are just started with a 59 rupees per month, and they will provide you lots of options for hosting. They will provide you shared hosting, reseller hosting, and VPS hosting, and they will also provide you a free website builder tool. If you are not familiar with the code or you are not much good in web designing, then you can use this tool to make your website, and this is absolutely free of cost, right? So go for it. Now let's get back to our interview questions. So in interviews, you might be got asked that just give some names for aggregate methods in query builder. So here you must have to know what are the aggregate methods. So aggregate methods are some method that will just collect some information, some data, and produce a result. For example, you have some data and you want to find the max value, right? So aggregate function will collect all this data and provide you the max value. This is the basic definition. In Laravel, these are the some aggregate methods, and they are basically work with the database. So max will provide you the maximum value from your database table. Will do the same thing with the min. It will provide you the minimum value from database. Sum will give you the sum of your all data from a specific row, and average will give you the average of data. Count will give you the number of rows in your table. Keep in mind, sum and average will work only on integer data. So now let's get back to another question, and this question is important not only for Laravel, and this question can be asked in the Zend, Coordinator, Symfony also, right? The question is, what is controller? So in MVC, C denoted by controller, right? This is basically a central unit of MVC, and when you want to connect your model and view, because view is basically used for show the data and model is basically used for get the data, so they both are connected with the controller, right? And all router call will be directly hit on the controller also. So here you can see that this is a really important thing for Laravel as well as other MVC frameworks. So the next question can be asked, what is the latest version of Laravel and its feature? For now, Laravel 8 is a latest version, so might be you are watching this video after 2 years and all. That time, just check out once current Laravel version and check out some Laravel features. So currently the Laravel 8 have some features like Jetstream, model directory, improved rate limit, improved maintenance mode, and dynamic blade templates also. Alright. So another question can be asked, what is a PHP Artisan? So PHP Artisan is basically a command line tool, or you can say that command line interface also with the Laravel, right? It will provide a lots of command that will help us out in during the development and save our time also. With that command line, you can update your Laravel framework, you can create your Laravel framework, even you can create model, controller, and migration can also be done with the PHP Artisan. So there is a lots of things that can be done with the command line which is provided in a Laravel, and we named them a PHP Artisan. So the next thing can be asked, what is data migration in Laravel? So data migration is kind of version controlling of your database, right? So when we have a large team and we are working on a same database, that time there is a really hard to get the same data for all developers. For that time we can use migration, and we have same structure with the all guys in our team, right? So next question can be asked, what is the Laravel Eloquent? So basically Laravel Eloquent is you can say that ORM model. So that means object relation mapping, used for get the data from database, right? So we have the lots of option to get the data from database in Laravel. Like we can use query builders, we can use directly, we can write the queries, we can use the functions also. But Eloquent is the most notable feature, and this is the most used feature also. So what is the query log? So query log basically print the command, or you can say that the query that is used by the Laravel function for fetching the data from database or other operations. Like let's say you are using a find function in a query log. That time this function will print that what query is actually used by that function in Laravel, right? So now the next question is, can we turn off CRSF token? Yes, we can. Just go to this app http controller.php and remove or disable this middleware with the name of verify CSRF token, right? So now let's go for the next. So in interviews that might be asked that just give me some name of routings. So get, put, post, patch, delete, option, any, match, view. There is some more commands also, but these are the mostly used, not command actually, methods, right? So if you have any confusion related to these methods, you can ask me in the comment box. I will give you the answer. So again, the question is define Lumen, right? So Lumen, you can say that is a small brother of Laravel, right? This is a micro framework, and this is a little bit faster, and you can say that smaller in size also, and this is basically used for making REST APIs, right? We are never make a normal dashboard with it, because the view part is missing here, right? Basically. So now what is dump and die method? So dump and die basically used for printing the data, like print r, but this is a little bit more advanced than print r, and after just applying this dump and die, the execution is stopped after that point. And what is Laravel API rate limit? So this is basically provided by the HTTP request. So when we want to, a user can just put 100 or 200 APIs in a 1 minute, that time we can use this API limiter, and we can just secure our server to from extra load and all, and user will get a limited access of our you can say that the product, or limited API request access, right? So what is the default time session in Laravel? So this is a 120 minutes. And again, how we can use the encryption and decryption in Laravel? For that we are using basically hashing class, and we can use like encoding and decoding, like hash : make, right? And what is HTTP middleware? So middleware basically filter out our request which is just coming through the you can say that the URL or through the API, and they can check out some authentications like login or logout and some other things also, right? And this is basically a middleware. We can remove this middleware from our canard file also. And what are the accessor and the mutators in Laravel? So mutators are just allow us to update, or you can say that the alter data before saving it in the database, and the accessor is totally opposite of it, and it will allow us to alter the data after fetching the data from database, right? So the last question is, list out some relationships available in the Laravel Eloquent. So you can say that one-to-one, one-to-many, one-to-many inverse, that is totally opposite of the second one. Many-to-many has many throw and polymorphic relation also. So thanks for watching this video. If you have any other question and you want to answer of it, you can comment me out. Bye bye, take care.